You know that we haven't got a quorum on level 2. We will have to wait for that quorum. We currently have 8, 3 more to go, and the time is 9:59. So we still have to wait until we get a quorum. So I just wanted to let you know. So let's just sort of say hi, and if anybody wants to sing a song, please let me know.
Is there 8 including me,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman?
definitely. I've actually got you right here as the first song karaoke pace committee. Oh, and number 2 is
Why are we
Councillor Henderson.
waiting?
He's put his hand up for number 2. we end up getting our last councillor, we'll just get straight into our mahi and we'll take it from there. So, inoi tātou. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunami te moana, hei huarahi ma tātou I te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai tātou I a tātou katoa, hui e, tā eki e. May peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. So look, once our councillor comes through, we'll end up starting the agenda. Thank you. Look, we'll go through with the agenda. Apologies, I've got absence from Deputy Mayor, Councillor Casey, Councillor Collins, Councillor Hills, and Member Honeck. I'm going to move those. Second, please.
And Meg.
Pardon?
Meg off.
Yeah, I've got his. Yeah, Mayor. Yeah, okay, so if I can put that at early departure. Councillor Fletcher. So Councillor Mulholland is seconding the absence. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. For lateness, we got Councillor Darby on council business.
Oh no, it's all one. It's one resolution.
The whole lot is for absence and lateness and early departures. There you go. I don't have to read everything. There's heaps up there anyway.
Yep.
So they've been moved and seconded and it's been put. Attendance by electronic link. You've got Councillor Simpson and Councillor Sayles. I will move that second. Councillor Mulholland. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
No problems.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes?
She said thank you.
Oh, okay. Declaration of interest. Any? No. Confirmation of minutes. I will move. Second. Councillor Mulholland. No discussion. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Move to petitions. There are none. Public input. There are none. If there's any disruptions, I will remove you out of this place myself. Local board input. We did have Chair Apulu Rees Autangavaia, but his son is sick, so he's home with his family, and he's also having broadband issues, so he won't be Skyping in. But we do, however, have Lawawhionga Le Maunga Lydia Sosene. So from the chair of the Māngere o Tāhuhu Local Board, and I'm going to move the presentation. Can I have a second, Councillor Cooper? All yours, Lawawhionga.
Whawhai tele, Sunga Councillor Alf, and especially to our governing body members, and thank you for the opportunity to present. And it's a shame that my colleague is unwell today. Thank you, committee, for the opportunity. Tawa Nu'u may be on Skype. He's very unwell as well. So thank you. We wanted to highlight that in your agenda today is the Economic Development Plan. And our board has managed to put forward some feedback which should have been received by officers. And so I'm here today on behalf of our board just to really have a quick short presentation and just to highlight some aspects from our perspective out in Māngere o Tāhuhu. So we recognise that the region has the Economic Development Action Plan, and some pointers that we wanted to raise in our submission today through the chair. In our view, that the quality of the plan looks more of like a stock take as opposed to some really strategic, aspirational objectives. Auckland Unlimited presented to us yesterday in our local board workshop, and as part of the CCO review, what is going to be helpful, and I'm not sure in terms of the CEOs and their teams, but there has to be a better coordinated approach across Kamaki Makaurau in terms of the relationship of CCOs and especially local boards. And with our local board, we managed in a short time of 15 minutes to highlight where we thought we could have better leverage and alignment on the plans of Auckland Unlimited, but also for them not to fear that we welcome input, we welcome their strategic knowledge in bettering our outcomes and hopefully getting that alignment so that we can deliver for our communities. And there are a number of actions that are pointed out in this plan, but we, from where we are located, is what is that action plan, and we want to also hear progressively in terms of the mileage and how our local board is going to benefit, because if we don't, then it's a waste of people's resource. We really want to hit this in that we've recognised that economic growth across Tamaki Makaurau. And for example, today and tomorrow is Auckland Airport, which is in our patch, is their highest trade in terms of people coming in and out of the area. Is there a role of the local board to play? Is there a role for Auckland Unlimited? We don't know what we don't know. So we recognise that part of the engagement with CCOs has to get better. Has to get better in terms of a perspective from Auckland Unlimited and our desire to really thrash those out, flesh those out. And so through this committee, we are asking progress of the actions once it is implemented. In terms of the local board plans, some of you may not know our locality as well as you probably could have, because I get that councillors have a strong interest in their local area. In our area of Māngere o Tāhuhu, there is a lot of focus from our perspective in the city centre. Why is that? Our challenge to you is that there has got to be a better periscope, even if it is sub-regional. And in the south, we continue to aspire for a better economic development plan. What Māngere o Tāhuhu has invested in for this financial year is that we've put money aside for an economic broker who will bring in those skills for us to utilise and to utilise our resource better. So rather than have a scattergun approach or a piecemeal, we really want to push where are those opportunities and what should we be focusing on, recognising post-COVID has left many of our small businesses in quite a difficult position. One of the things that in our local board plan that we recognise is the strengthening of the Māori economy locally. So in terms of rangatahi and our young people, and given the diverse population, what are those opportunities? Have we recognised them? Can we ask questions around procurement? Can we ask questions around contractual obligations? And so we've probably given too much work to Auckland Unlimited, but guess what? We're going to keep going because we have to agree on the objectives that can be delivered for Aucklanders and people living in Māngere o Tāhuhu. Mr. Chair, opportunity and prosperity, I only have a few minutes. The picture before you on the left-hand side is our Māngere Town Centre. We have a very colourful, diverse population, and that is the Mātua's Zumba that our local board has assisted and now went from 1-2 days to now 6 days a week. So post-COVID, just the anxiety and the mental health and well-being is one of the initiatives we've managed to support. With the growing population, we are the third fastest growing population with a high youth population amongst the local board areas. 3 directions that we see: create conditions for a resilient economy, innovation, employment. So through you, Chair, just wanting to say to you, 3,000 young people come out of our high schools locally every year. No pathway, no tertiary training. How do we as a local board support with the compulsory school education system and our young people? Some of them have a plan and some of them are getting into trouble because we are trying to, at pace, work with our partners. And we've recognised, committee, that you can only do these things now in partnerships, and we have to agree on the strategic objectives. So many of our young people want to work at the airport. Do we have a pipeline that we can push those young people? 1,000 go to MIT, 1,000 go to Auckland University. What is holding them back? A number of things are holding them back. Number 2, skills gap. So we recognise, and no offence to North, West and East, but we want our South Side kids to take that workforce at the Auckland Airport precinct. And so we recognise that there is that skills gap. What is the pipeline and how can we as a local board assist with economic initiatives that will grow the skills and talent of our rangatahi and our young people? And to try and counter the problems with Auckland transport and the cars and trucks and buses filling up our roads, local economic with local opportunities. Just quickly, you will understand our vulnerable communities. It's not just our community, but in the south we certainly have our fair share of vulnerable communities, and we are trying to assist with some of the LDI budget in terms of supporting, because we just cannot fund a lot of those initiatives. What we are asking PACE today is a better coordinated approach to support not just in the city centre. There's got to be a better pipeline for local boards such as ours to support our local economy. And just quickly, the strongest point I wanted to make, there is life outside CBD. There are communities outside CBD, and the plan that is in draft, we would ask that there has to be a focus in localities in the other suburbs, and we raise Māngere o Tāhuhu local board aspirations. So because the Auckland Airport precinct is in our patch, Māngere o Tāhuhu has still got the strong desire to develop the tourism trail and the network of things that are happening across Tamaki Makaurau. Whawhtai, and happy to take questions.
Whawhtai lawa, le maunga. Look, we've gone over the time in regards. No, that's right. The reason I mentioned that is that I'm just going to sort of restrict any of the questions. Before I go to Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Mulholland, I will say, however, that item 9, when we get to it, is approving the plan. That is where the mahi will start. I know that Janelle and James at the back, plus also the support team that they've got behind them has taken on board exactly what you've pointed out to them. And I have no doubt at all that the team will get back to you as a local board, as well as the others that end up coming through. So I just leave that with you. So I will have 2 questions. If there's none others, I'll leave it at 2. Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Mulholland. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and wonderful presentation to yourself, Chair Sorsene. Fantastic. Look, I've got a couple of questions, but I'll limit it to one in the interest of time. I'd love to hear how your economic broker is going when you get that off the ground. Do you consider that as more of a regional role? I mean, is there something that we can learn across Auckland around what you're going to find? And how are we going to find out about it? Can you come back and tell us how it all goes? Just a bit more detail around that.
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. And one of the things, the initiative hasn't just popped into our heads. It's recognising the fact in a post-COVID financial environment, how do we leverage the council ratepayer dollar? And so to get that specialist skill, we've invested in a broker and happy to come back when we've got some traction. And Franklin kindly shared some of their thinking through our bids. So we are continuing to look for opportunities that we can double that ratepayer dollar somewhere along that pipeline. Hope that answers your question.
Councillor Mulholland, and I've got 2 more. So look, if we keep it short only because of the agenda we do have, and that's Councillor Dalton and Bartley. So look, I'll leave that at Councillor Bartley. You are the last, and then we'll move on to the next item. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Kia ora and Morena, and thank you, Chair Sasini. It is really good to see you, and I have absolute faith in the work that yourself and the team are doing because of my experience. You know, I'm working collaboratively in our past relationships. I'm very interested in the approach that the board would like to take with regards to the tourism trail for Mangere and Otahu as part of the ED action plan. And I just wonder, you know, because I've been out recently, you know, of course, Mangere Town Centre, and I bought a beautiful weave basket from the kamata and the group that were there. There were young children there in the library. So, you know, there was a lot to see, stone fields and so forth. So there is no doubt in my mind it's an excellent idea, and I agree with coming out to the burbs, and I agree that, you know, for the foe as well. I think it's really critical, and it's something that's been missing in my view, and I've been very strong on that for a very long time. Whilst the city's great, you know, we do need to look at our burbs, and that's where we're all contributing. So I'm really interested in how do you see this opportunity, and what are the requirements you might have with regards to the tourism trail? Because, you know, I think that's a really sensible idea, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. One of the things we recognise quite strongly is to grow the Māori economy in our patch. And we've been talking to mana whenua and Matawaka. And look, it's no secret they're doing things on their own anyway. And so we want to jump on that bus and see, is there investment that we can pump through our LDI, small investment, to help support their growth aspirations. And so part of it is about a network and what they do best, and it's trying to say, hey, we could assist with some of that strategy, with some of that planning, hopefully. Hope that answers your question.
Kia ora. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Lydia, and congratulations on the wise use of your LDI into the economic broker. I think that local boards can leverage really well when they use some of their operational money to broker those relationships that the local board themselves don't have the ability to do. Do you think that the CCOs are aware of the capacity of local boards to use their LDI in that way? And in this particular example, is your economic broker aligned with Auckland Unlimited and even CSI to make sure that they're all travelling down the same path in terms of delivering outcomes for your board area?
Thanks, Councillor Dalton. Look, it's no secret with the CCO review, we're one of the boards that said, oi, you got to do better. We have to both do better. In our discussion yesterday with the local board workshop, we had the CCOs, and it was really refreshing. There is a real eagerness to do things better. We all recognise we've got smaller monies, but we're also accountable for the ratepayer dollar in doing things better for our community. So local boards, I feel, is an untapped resource. Every month we come in here as a Chairs Forum to talk about a number of things and have our moans. However, we can look at those opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Last, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Whaftai Lava, Chair Lamong, for your presentation. I wanted to ask, the most I see Māori and Pasifika, especially Pasifika, in the economic development plan is under quality jobs and skills development. Do you think that that is actually kind of uninspiring? And yeah, it's just like meeting a gap, but it's not meeting our aspiration as Māori and Pasifika?
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Look, to recognise what you're saying and acknowledge, definitely. The Pacific communities are doing little initiatives and there is a pipeline. One of the things that we're doing, trying to do as a local board plan, is we're investing in the economic broker to recognise those opportunities and then do a stock take for us. And so for us to work out as a local board, Māori is pretty much on their way, the relationship building, but for Pasifika, still not there yet. And hopefully local board LDI investment will assist that because we just can't fund everything and it's not our place. So we're trying to stay in our lane and do what we can do best. And it's those nuggets that are coming through some of our other community initiatives that we're tapping into. So that may not answer your question, but it's currently what we've got planned with our economic broker. Our economic broker will bring a stock take back to us, hopefully, and saying to us what works and what doesn't. We just don't have the resource to waste, if that makes sense. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Taylor, it's all right. So look, thank you all. Thank you to you, Lemong, and also to your local board. So it's been moved and seconded. Just to thank you. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Extraordinary business, there is none. I'm just going to now, Isabel. Isabel, if you could come up here, please, and also Claire. I just wanted everybody to know that our comms team has got to change. Claire is no longer going to be our contact. So I wanted to say thank you to you, Claire. But I'm going to give the opportunity for the new comms manager for our committee. That's your new title role now. You're the manager for this committee. Just to introduce yourself, and then just wanted to sort of introduce you to the team. Kia ora, Isabel. Welcome. So look, we're moving to our agenda proper now, and so I've got item 8 as the information only report, summary of governing body. We've all read our agendas, so I'm going to move. Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
I have a quick question around the regional park management plan review. So, just not clear. So it looks like January, February 2022. So can I just have a, where are we up to with that? We've had the plan review, but then it looks like we're doing something else. I just want to be a bit clearer on it.
So what I'll do is I'll get Mace and the team, and I'll get them to come back to you definitely.
Thanks.
So you'll second the recommendation.
Yep.
I've moved it. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Also just wanted to welcome Councillor Young. Item 9, Economic Development Action Plan 21 to 24. I've got Janelle and James and anybody else that you want to bring up. Janelle, if not, I'm going to move the recommendation. Can I get a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Henderson. I'm now just going to leave it to you both. If you could introduce yourselves, and then we'll get into the PowerPoint. Tēnā kōrua.
Tēnā koutou councillors and member, I'm Janelle Breckle from Auckland Council, and I'm here with James Robinson from Auckland Unlimited. We do want to acknowledge our local board's presentation. Thank you very much for the investment of time and thought into this piece of work. Ngā mihi nui ki a koe. Really appreciate that. And just note the absence of Otara Papatoetue, who was also going to speak. Today we are here to outline the work done since the draft that we brought to you in May and to present the final Economic Development Action Plan for this committee's adoption.
So Janelle, they're just having an issue with this, so they're just going to bring it up and share it
Sure, thank you.
up here, but I think it's on Nexus. Yeah, it's on Nexus. So if you want to go through that, and then we'll catch up this end, it'll just save us time.
Sure.
Kia ora.
It's always important to remind ourselves of the objective of this piece of work and what we set out to do from the beginning. And this has helped us as a reference point as we've received the valuable feedback and input into determining what belongs as part of the plan and what sits outside of the scope of that. So by way of reminder, this is an Auckland Council group document. This is Council and CCOs working together to define our economic development objectives and priorities. It's to determine a coordinated course of action over the next 3 years. The actions are within our remit, they're using our levers, and they sit within our recently adopted LTP budgets. This isn't a long-term Auckland-wide strategy. The intention is to use our key strategies, the Auckland Plan 2050, Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau, Te Turukia Tawhiri, our climate plan, along with our local board plans as they relate to economic development as our direction, and then this is the action plan that talks to the implementation of that direction. I can do it now. We got the next slide? Yeah. Great. So we'll just talk through some of the key process elements since March, of course, acknowledging that the work began in November under the direction of our CE. And the work prior to March was all of our background work. You may recall our Chief Economist unit developed a context evidence report which spoke to some of the impacts from COVID, as well as the levers that Council and the group have to use at our disposal. That, alongside an extensive strategic review, formed the basis for a framework which we brought to you, workshopped with you in March. Then our team went and developed the actions underneath that framework. So essentially we had our 6 priority areas where we developed actions. That formed the draft, which came to you in May, and that was received here. That draft then went out for our engagement and feedback to our targeted groups. So that was with our iwi, local boards, our advisory panel, our Auckland Planning Office, MB in particular, and then other staff around the group. And that was quite comprehensive, that process, and we'll speak soon to some of that feedback that came through. And of course, you heard from our local board some of the feedback. From there, we developed the final plan that was brought to our CCO-CEs group, who endorsed that a couple of weeks ago. And of course, we're here today to have that plan adopted. We do want to acknowledge that there will be work ongoing from here, obviously the mahi that comes from the action plan, but in relation to our feedback and closing the loop there, or continuing those conversations with things that weren't able to be included in the plan, but nevertheless, we'll need further conversations and engagement to carry on those. Do want to acknowledge the collaborative process that in the development of this plan. As you know, we have co-leadership, so James from Auckland Unlimited and myself have been leading the project together, along with our business owners, Noah Maffett and Jack Victor, who can't be here today. Auckland Unlimited have been very supportive in this process. It's gone through their board. The action plan is incorporated or reflected in their statement of intents, as it is with all of the CCO statement of intents. Really want to acknowledge and give credit to our 6 workstream leads who have led the priority areas, and most of them are sitting here behind us today, and they really have been the backbone of the development of this work. They have worked across the group, so with our CCO reps and council representatives to develop those actions. We also had a project team that we had a monthly hui with, and that had IMSB and CCO reps again on that, and that was just to ensure that we had the right communication on a monthly basis to the right people in relation to sort of key milestones in the development of the plan. So we feel that this document is representative of the Auckland Council group at large. You'll have in your report some of the analysis that we did with our feedback. We received about 350 pieces, if you will, of feedback. James and I diligently went through each of those pieces of feedback and did a bit of an analysis summary on what was coming through that. If we can get to the next slide, that would be great. There were about 75% of that feedback came from our local boards. So it's no surprise there that most of the comments related to our local Tamaki Makaurau theme. Important to note that a lot of that was support and recognition, as we've heard just prior, of the need to improve those relationships and support for our local boards. And we've indicated in that section what we're able to do within our current resourcing. Of course, as you've heard as well, there were concerns in that space around lack of adequate support for local boards and the ability to deliver their local economic outcomes, and the concerns with prioritising some localities over others. Closely related, I suppose, to that theme is there were a lot of attention given to our destination theme. I'm not sure if that's because that's the first section in the plan. And again, a lot of support for this theme, although the concerns there were really around the regional focus and the focus on the CBD. So just to those points, just acknowledging that through the development of the plan, we were cognizant of the need to balance bringing in the large-scale things, regional things that impact our region at scale, like our large-scale events and investment, alongside a focus on our people and our local communities. So we've taken a both-and approach rather than an either-or approach, we feel. Really strong support for our skilled Tamaki Makaurau section, particularly our focus on quality employment for our Māori and Pacifica, upskilling our youth and the supplier diversity. Our guiding principles again received really solid report and were seen as really important to reflect across the plan. And just in general, some of the comments from our particularly from our advisory panels, were just to acknowledge that some of these communities needed more visibility, and in particular in relation to value and their value add to our economy. Huge support for the group's sustainable social procurement objectives, a desire for our plan to reflect our changing economic environment. Some of the connections in the draft plan between our levers and our outcomes were unclear, so we've attempted to further refine those. In the spirit of ongoing collaboration, I'm going to allow James to speak now to take us through how we've responded to the feedback and the final plan.
James, before you do, can you just let the team know when you want to go to the next slide? I know there's only... Oh, they can control it now. All yours. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Janelle. Morena councillors and board members and Mr Chair. So look, Janelle's covered the scope of the work, the process that we've been through, and provided you with a summary of some of the feedback that we've received. I'd just quickly like to take you through a summary of some of the changes that we've made between the draft that you received back in May and this final. and just give you a bit of an overview of where we've landed before we take some questions. So, look, the first thing I hope you'll notice is the plan has a bit of a different look and feel about it. That was part of the feedback that we received from this committee last time, and we've certainly taken that on board. But I guess within that, more substantively, oops, there we go. So we tried to boil it down to sort of 8 key areas where we feel we've made the major changes. So the first of those were in terms of some of the modification of the content that was in the draft that was presented to you in May. We've attempted to consolidate and sort of reduce the number of actions. It was very action heavy, the draft plan. And we've also tried to, I guess, consolidate them down into 25 key areas of focus, which translates to 3 to 5 key areas under each of those 6 themes, just to really give the plan a bit more focus and make it clear what are the key objectives that we're trying to achieve. The narrative throughout the plan has been enhanced in a number of ways. Up front in particular, we've acknowledged the importance of Auckland and the Auckland economy and the New Zealand context. Again, that was from feedback we received from this committee last time. And we've also tried to acknowledge some of the challenges more explicitly on issues around climate change and inequity, and those feed through to those guiding principles of the plan. Then, as I say, under each theme, we've consolidated those actions into groups and tried to describe them in a bit more detail, just to create a clearer link, I guess, between the actions in the plan and the objectives we're trying to achieve and how those actions flow through. Then we've also added in some new content since the draft that you saw. Some of this is designed primarily just to help navigation and understanding of the plan. There's a plan on the page up the front that acts as a high-level exec summary. We have provided more detail around how each of the 3 guiding principles is reflected through the plan. So those guiding principles, again, just to remind you, transitioning to a low-carbon regenerative economy, supporting economic opportunities for Māori and responding to communities of greatest need. And then towards the back of the plan, we provided a table that provides that link between the council levers that was always been part of the scope and the actions of the plan. Look, finally, I guess in terms of new content, there's some content that we always proposed to have in there, but we didn't get into the draft. Perhaps the most important of those is the monitoring framework. So that's now been completed and outlines 3 tiers of measurement, the long-term strategic outcomes, which link through to the Auckland Plan, Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau, and Te Taraki o Tāwhiri, the climate plan. We have progress indicators sitting under each of our themes, and then we have we'll be monitoring the specific actions, and we have KPIs and specific measures associated with those. All those themes have been drawn from existing plans, long-term plan statements of intent, Auckland Plan monitoring frameworks where they exist across the family already. And then, look, finally, the last section of the plan looks at some of these future considerations, captures some of the key points that we heard from the feedback that we weren't necessarily able to bring into the plan because of the scope, and also recognises some of the reforms, etc., that will be that we're involved in at the moment and may impact the plan over the next 3 years. So, look, just finally, while we have made a number of changes, I guess we feel from the draft to the final, the core of the plan remains substantively the same. We're still based around our 6 core themes. We still have a range of actions sitting under each of those themes, and as you see there, we've tried to group them under those sort of 25 key areas. The actions are still delivered right across the council group, Auckland Council leading on just under half those actions, Auckland Unlimited around 40% of them, and the remaining CCOs, the remaining actions as the lead, although for a number of those actions there's obviously co-delivery. Our guiding principles run through the plan, and just over 80% of our actions align with one or more of those guiding principles. And I guess to answer the question that we've asked about ambition and whether we're being ambitious enough, we've also tried to categorise the plans in terms of whether they are BAU or whether they're a bit more than that. And through that analysis, we're saying that approximately half of the content of the plan is either enhanced BAU, so trying to do stuff that we do at the moment but doing it better or a more coordinated way, and or it's new activity but within our existing remit and existing budgets. So we will leave it there. Ngā mihi, happy to take questions.
Tēnā kōrua. Before I open up, I just, again, I've got three questions, and only pātai first, because once we get into comments, I'm then going to ask Janelle and James to then step back with any comments that we start. So we've got four. So I'll go with Matuakake, ko koe.
Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi atu kia koutou, kia kōrua. First question, first of all, I support the recommendations overall, but just a couple of clarifying questions, if I may. Can you give me, I've seen your kind of themes that you put up there in terms of the feedback. What were the Māori specific themes that resonated with you that is coming through the feedback? That's my first question.
So look, we got a lot of support, I guess, around our Māori cross-cutting theme, around economic opportunities for Māori, and a lot of support around the actions that sit particularly within the skilled tamaki makaurau theme of the plan. I'm going to defer to
Just for future reference through the chair, just particularly if I'm on one of these committees, just if we could just break that down into the future, because I'll be asking the Māori specific questions. But everyone on this PACE committee knows that now, that I target that. So just for future preparation, it'd be just target in on Māori. What's the aspirations? Because it's a little bit like Councillor Bartley's question earlier. If it's just locked in the schools and that's a key area, don't get me wrong, but we have far more aspirations, and I was just interested in how the out-of-scope stuff is going to be continued with Māori as well. But if you can give me those themes, just a flavour, and then what the out-of-scope opportunities are, because that's where all our aspirations are actually. It's not just in the schooling and updating our skills.
Kia ora, through the chair. Thank you for that, and we do have that. I'm just trying to look through my notes to find the specifics, but much of the mahi was acknowledged as work that's underway with our existing relationships with Ngā Matarai, with those iwi's existing relationships. It was due to some of the tourism opportunities that can be provided by some of the iwi working in our areas, such as up in Riverhead. And also just acknowledging the need for that work to go on, say, in our priority town centres, involvement of iwi and mana whenua in those projects. Acknowledging the work that iwi are doing with their rangatahi and the skills and upskilling and putting them into the right programs there. So I think that was sort of where that feedback centred on, and we have acknowledged and had those conversations that much of that is quite a bit wider than what's here in the action plan, and will continue to be pursued through those relationship agreements.
Okay, so I guess what I'd be looking for into the future is how we turn the action plan into Māori specific actions, or the initiatives that'll be targeted to Māori. So I guess an action plan without funding or resources back behind it is pretty much an hallucination. So, so just wanted to follow that. So just putting a heads up in terms of following that through to the next stage around turning that action into reality, really. Otherwise it's a hallucination. Kapai. Thank you.
Councillor Dalton, then Bartley.
Tēnā kōrua, and thank you for the plan, and I'll be supporting it. My question is, the advice and the support systems for business improvement districts and the business associations have reduced significantly since the first few years of the Super City. It went from having somebody sit at their business meetings monthly to getting online support. It's been difficult to get the support that they need. So council charges a targeted rate for all of those businesses within a boundary, and the intention of that is to support the economic growth and connections to council and CCOs through the bid. Will this plan improve the visibility of council and CCO staff to those bids and to the bid managers, just to ensure that that targeted rate, the board's LDI, so speaking in the context of the presentation by Chair Sorsini, and all of the councils and CCO's budgets are all leveraged towards the same to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
I'll try to answer that. I guess the level of resourcing that sits to support bids at the moment within council is not something that we've specifically addressed through the plan, but through identifying a specific local theme, we've really tried to elevate the importance of that local economic development, and there are a number of actions here that certainly point towards that improved coordination and leverage aspect of working across those different groups, the bids, the local boards, the Auckland Unlimited, and working in a better way to leverage those regional outcomes. So I'm not sure if that specifically answers your question, but there's and the broker that was talked about earlier, we know that that's been a really useful and successful model down in Franklin. And Auckland Unlimited has been working very closely with that person. That person's been reporting directly into one of our staff at Auckland Unlimited. So, you know, more of that sort of model, I think, will also help to make those linkages, I guess, between the bids and the boards and the various local groups that are trying to achieve those local economic development outcomes. Thank you.
Can I just respond a little bit further to that? That is what Action 2.2.2 is about, is undertaking a review to ensure that we are supporting that process appropriately and leveraging that as best as we can. So that is one of the main goals of that action there.
Just a quick follow-up. It's the assessment of skill as well. And if we give 2 examples, you have a Wiri Business Association that must have so much opportunity. So the level of skill within the business associations themselves to really leverage those jobs, feedback on policy to central government, those things, when they're already being funded through a targeted rate in boards. Thank you, Chair.
That's a comment. Yeah, I know. But look, we'll, Councillor Bartley, then Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, we received a presentation from the Southern Initiative, and in particular around Māori economic outcomes and actions that were being taken there. But it also highlighted that because of COVID, Māori and Pasifika were way worse. Like, it was really bad for Māori and Pasifika. Has there been any changes? Because I know that there's been changes to this plan. Has there been any changes post-COVID to respond to those findings about that the situation is actually much worse for Māori and Pasifika?
Look, I guess I'd say that the plan does explicitly recognise that and the impacts that COVID has had on those communities. Tanya Porphyry from the Southern Initiative has been leading the skilled Tamaki Makaurau work stream. So, yeah, this has taken leadership, I suppose, in terms of the actions that sit within the plan in that space. I guess, as I say, that we do explicitly recognise that, and the actions that are in particularly that section and throughout the plan do try to recognise those groups as communities of greatest need post-COVID. So,
but no changes to what was already in here, given the COVID findings? So
the draft plan, which not significant changes since we presented in May. There have been there's been further addition, for example, around the action around advocacy to central government for Māori and Pasifika and in the south and west. I think there's a recognition that a lot of the levers that need to be pulled we don't necessarily have direct access to, and so advocacy is important in that space, and that has been beefed up in the plan. And some of the other actions have been, I guess, enhanced to an extent, but predominantly the actions remain pretty similar to the draft that was presented to you in May.
And if I can ask one more question, please, in response to Chair Lamonga's presentation, is there flexibility in this plan for what may come from our local boards in terms of supporting what their economic broker may come up with? I know we put a lot of emphasis for local on the bids, the business associations, but it's actually really exciting to see what innovation will come from our local boards. And given the whole COVID has shown us that it's our local neighbourhoods where we really need to focus our economic activity as opposed to the CBD, is there some flexibility in this plan to support what comes out of local?
Yeah, look, absolutely. We've identified some high-level action areas, some high-level objectives at that local area, and we've identified some specific actions that sit under that. But absolutely, as more brokers come on board, as more initiatives come in place, they can absolutely slot in and will be reported through the monitoring framework.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Watson and Councillor Kuhn.
Yeah, just picking up on the section on skilled tamaki makaurau and the, really disturbing commentary in terms of, availability or take-up of jobs that are got reasonable career prospects in them, but particularly for Maori and Pacifica. I mean, and what's disturbing there in the Pacifica section are the number of people working in jobs below their potential. So this isn't your archetypal early school leaver. These are people who are leaving school with qualifications but are ending up in jobs that are way beneath, what they're capable of doing. So my question is, when we go to the actions here, and I know the acknowledgement there about the limited ability of Auckland Council to pull levers, but someone mentioned advocacy. So when we get to the actions, and particularly for young people I'm talking about here, I'm just trying to think of how things, given the almost crisis that's signalled in the discussion at this section on supporting quality jobs and skills development, I'm just wondering what's different about the actions that essentially address the crisis for young people. And, there's 15,000 young people who weren't in employment before COVID-19. That's equivalent of 10 big secondary schools. That's a lot of people. But in those specific areas, so what's different about the actions as it goes to the people that are got basic needs, i.e. they've left school early, they haven't got a licence, those sort of things. The people who leave school with qualifications but are ending up with no job or inferior jobs, or the people who are leaving with tertiary qualifications, with university qualifications, but who aren't getting placed in jobs or who are getting, again, menial jobs. So I'm just wondering how the actions particularly target the three different groups rather than kind of lumping everyone in light of what was said in the, in the commentary beforehand.
Thank you for that. Through the chair. The actions really are trying to push in all of those areas. It's not just about getting them into a job, but a quality job. It's not just about getting them skilled, but into the right skills and the skills of the future. So I think the actions reflect that we want to push more in areas like our high tech, our green economy, things that are reflected, the digital literacy, those things that really extend beyond just meeting the need of a job. So I would say across those actions, that's where they're targeted towards the quality, not just the quantity.
Follow up. I guess what I'm signalling here, which appears to me to be a disconnect between the people and the jobs. So right at the moment, we're hearing all the talk about, plenty of jobs around New Zealand, and there's the difficulty with getting people into the country, et cetera, Yet this tells us we've got a pool of our own people here now who are working in inferior jobs, or in some cases with university qualifications. It seems to be an issue to me to do with connecting the people with the jobs. And, you know, this sort of situation has been on the go for time and eternity. I guess what is the different approach that is signalled here in light of this, you know, very stark and very revealing commentary to connect those people up with what you're talking about now?
I guess there's some different elements of that. One is that physical access to those jobs, and there are actions in here around trying to improve people's ability to access those jobs. There's also specific actions in here around projects like Project Akuna, which is one that Auckland Unlimited has just kicked off, which is working particularly with Pacifica, people who are already in jobs, but looking to upskill them so that they can move within their organisation into better jobs. So they may be underemployed where they are, but through giving them access to micro-credentialing over a short period of time, we can make a huge difference in terms of their skills and move them into a better job that better reflects where they perhaps should be, into a more quality job within their place of employment. And that's a direct action that sits in here, and that's one example.
Just one final question, if I might. In terms of the numbers that benefit from any one of these actions, do we get to a point where we have that sort of data, where we you know, when we report back, that we can actually quantify the number of people we're dealing with and the number of people who actually benefit from any of these actions? We do have that, do we? It's when it's available.
I can't see why we wouldn't be able to report on that when it comes through. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I've got three more, and the reason I mentioned the fact we've got three more, I'm in your hands in regards to what time we finish. So look, Councillor Coombe, Councillor Cooper, and at the moment Councillor Henderson, you're the last person with any pātai. Then we'll get into the kōrero, and then we'll put the recommendation.
E te hia mana, tēnā koe, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou, te kaupapa tēnei rā. Tēnā korua. Thank you for the report, and I did just want to say that I thought the climate impact statement is exemplary and what we should be seeing across all of our reporting, so it was really good to see that there. I hope it can lead the way for other reports. I did just have three quick pātai, if I may. The first one was when we had the workshop, I asked around where does Fair Trade Auckland sit, and I just wondered what the response was to that, because I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be within the plan, but I don't think it's kind of come back to us at all.
Through Mr. Chair, and apologies for that. We did investigate that, and it led us to a number of dead ends, I'm afraid. We found various websites that referred to it, but they dated back to 2012, I think. That doesn't. We couldn't find sort of evidence of that still being a live program, if you like. So we did investigate, but
maybe Mr. Chair, that's something we can just get on the radar, because we have been certified as a Fair Trade Auckland, and we don't want to get that taken away from us if we don't keep up our registration each year. The second question was I'm very happy to support the recommendations, but did note in the plan quite a lot of the language is going to get outdated very quickly, particularly around the recovery response and where we are in terms of the impact and the challenges. How will the plan respond to that? Is it considered that it will be able to be kind of an iterative plan, or is it sort of set now for 3 years?
Through the chair, even in the development over the course of 6 months, our economic context has changed quite rapidly. So we've sort of had to keep going back and making sure that is still reflective of us moving forward. You know, I will say that some of those sort of disparities and issues that existed prior to COVID, some of them have been exacerbated by COVID and will remain sort of long, an ongoing issue. So a lot of these actions are still relevant in that sense. That said, we did develop that monitoring framework to give us a sort of guidance on our progress, so that when we come to reporting in a year's time, we can make those changes as appropriate. So if things have shifted, I don't think fundamentally our focus areas will change, but some of those sub-actions may need a shift in focus. So we envisage that there is that flexibility built into the plan.
Thank you, that's good to know. And just a final part around, it's good that Auckland Unlimited now are embracing not just destination marketing, but also destination management and the significance of that. And I just wondered if, well, I can see it's sort of in the plan, but it doesn't seem to be that the destination management side, there's almost needs to kind of be a word check about how that they're both referred to. But I just wondered if you're sort of satisfied that the plan has picked up on that new focus of destination management as much as the marketing.
Through Mr. Chair, I guess the destination management component is picked up in a couple of places within the plan. Within the destination theme, in terms of the implementation of destination AKL 2025, that plan had a very strong focus on moving from that marketing focus to management, and I think it's taken us a wee while to figure out what that means, but we're obviously now in the process of developing those destination management plans with Waiheke and Great Barrier Island. Those specific plans are acknowledged within the plan. To your point, I guess we would hope to have those in place within the next in the short term, and we will then move on to other areas, and that might be an area where we come back and we review those actions. But the destination management focus is I can assure you it's clear up at the organisation, and we've tried to reflect it as much as we can through the plan.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't need to comment. I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Kapai. Councillor Cooper, we've now, and then Henderson, and then Walker. Councillor Walker, you will finish off the questions because I'm not accepting any more as we move through our agenda. We can always get back to our staff. Kia ora, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Thanks for the report. I do support it. I just had a couple of questions. If I can find it again. You talk about the economic performance at the local level, identifying the 4 major growth nodes: City Centre, Manukau, Westgate, Albany. And then in the next paragraph, it talks about the current and future employment areas, but it doesn't address the area around Westgate. So the north, we've got Penrose, North Harbour, Onehunga, East Tamaki, Wiri and Auckland Airport. How are you working with our planning staff, I guess in other areas, because we have got a corridor, the Hobsonville corridor in the Upper Harbour local board area and Westgate, and also some other opportunities a bit more in the Whenuapai area to kind of identify local employment, because it's just not mentioned here. You're saying it's a growth node, but no identified employment areas. I mean, there are, but it's not identified here, and I think we could do a lot more work in this area.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, agree, and that is what some of our actions are focused around, is to better define what those economic places are. So just because it doesn't appear in the plan here doesn't mean that that's not what we will identify through the process. So our actions in 2.3 are sort of establishing that consistent approach, identifying those economic places and articulating that their place in the region. So that will form part of that work. So you may very well see those areas come through in that work.
Councillor Henderson, and lastly, Councillor Walker.
Thanks. A couple of questions, Chair. Some good work on this, but a more technical question. So there's numerous references to Prosperity South and West report in this action plan. Where does it sit alongside the action plan? Are they both in operation? I'm just a bit confused about the hierarchy of the plans.
Thank you, through the chair. So the Prosperity South and West is an evidence-based document, so based on our Prosperity Index, and that document is used for our advocacy. So the advocacy that we refer to in the action plan is where the alignment is. Does that answer the question enough?
Yeah, I think it does. More. I note a bit of a contradiction I hope you can help me out with. Under the Destination Management Plan section, it says that Waiheke and Great Barrier is the initial focus, which is fine. But then under the city centre section, it says that there is a Destination Management Plan for the city centre as well. What is the initial focus?
The initial focus in terms of the plans that are being kicked off right now are around Waiheke and Great Barrier. There are conversations in place that one is required for the city centre, and I guess we envisage that over within the 3-year time period of this plan, we will look to develop one with the city centre team around the city centre.
And I think for environmental reasons, the Piha and Te Hinga communities as well would be like to be in that conversation. Action point 4.3.1, just let everybody catch up here, just like I am. What does that actually mean? Embed futures thinking and foresight approaches. What does that mean?
Yes, so we currently have, through council, through our strategic advice unit, have our futures tool. So we have tools to think about our future, and so those are actual approaches and tools that we use and want to use more in the very early stages of our planning and policies and strategies. So that's just saying something that we think needs to happen more widely across the group, so that we are well prepared for our future and in those conversations.
Thank you. Last partai, if it's okay, Chair. The Mangere o Tahu Local Board, we've just heard, done a really great job putting aside their very limited funds for an economic broker role. In my opinion, this should be regionally supported. Does this plan foresee such an action?
Look, I guess we don't have an action within the plan that foresees this being rolled out regionally, but we are very aware of the success that's been had down in Franklin and how well that model's worked, and we're very supportive to see that model rolled out across other local boards, and as Janelle has said, the action around reviewing that whole approach to LDI budget and making the most of that, I'm sure that will be part of that conversation.
Thank you.
Kapai. Councillor Walker, last questions and then we'll move to comments.
Sure. Just got a question around the central city area, and particularly as it goes to dealing with the massive disruption that the CRL and other transport works have created for businesses. Is that something that you're looking to have a short to medium term focus on?
That's part of the city centre master plan action in there, and that's covered under the work being done through that team. Right.
Yes, so I guess there's the acknowledgement there of the need to implement the city centre master plan. We've identified a number of initiatives that sit within that through those bullet points, including city centre activation, placemaking, and fostering that vibrancy within the city. It doesn't talk specifically to the support for those businesses, but there's no reason that work can't be recognised in terms of reporting back on this.
Thank you to you both. Tēnā kōrua. We're going to move into the comment stage now. And any comments? Just Councillor Walker, and then I'll close this off. Gilda.
Just got a few comments, Mr. Chair, no particular order. Just want to endorse the comments that my fellow councillor made around this gap in employment that young people are experiencing, and others, where they're working in jobs that are way below their potential. And that is not just something that's faced in the south and the west, it's in the north as well, quite acutely. And it is a significant issue for the people that are in that position. The other comment I'd make generally is that while there's significant emphasis on the south and the west, there's not a lot of mention around the north. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the riders. And then the last comment just goes to the question I asked around the city centre. It's in a devastated position as it stands, and we should be doing everything we can in the short and medium term to turn it around. And in particular, that goes to having some form of platform that's already been identified that can bring on a suite of entertainment and other things that are possible by day, by week, by hour, by month, by year. That is what is necessary. And that is the sort of plan that other cities have that we could learn from to get it out of the sort of circumstance that we're in, and I simply don't see it.
Kapai. Councillor Bartley, Stewart and then Henderson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. I thank the officers for their work and all the consultation they did with our council whānau. I want to just comment about the Economic Development Action Plan and pick up on the points about aspiration. So yes, we fill the gap. There's a lot in here about jobs and skill development, but again, it would be great to see it level up into how we achieve aspiration for Māori and Pasifika. I can see there's outcomes in here about Māori achieving Māori aspiration, not so much on Pasifika. And I'm hoping, well, I take some hope in the response back about advocacy with central government and that there's a MOU being signed tomorrow between Auckland Unlimited and Pacific Business Trust. So there is some hope there, I see, in terms of enterprise for Pasifika. I want to pick up on what Councillor Watson said regarding highly qualified working in low-skilled jobs. Absolutely support our plan, finding a way to broker between our council whānau how we can bridge that gap. And I speak from personal experience. I had 2 degrees. I graduated from Auckland University and I couldn't find a job in those areas of law and arts. So I ended up working at Auckland Airport in the Airport Camera Centre as an admin officer. That was my job with 2 degrees growing up in Mangere. And yes, I bought a car so that I could get from Mangere to the airport for my job. There was no public transport that I could use, so really cool that we're addressing that now. But I fully support what Chair Lamonga was saying about where our young people go for work and achieving good quality jobs for them, because I didn't have that when I was in their position in Mangere. And that wasn't just me. I did a survey amongst 50 Pasifika students, graduates, and 42 out of 50 of us were working in jobs that had nothing to do with our degrees. Another guy was honours film studies, and he was flipping burgers at Wendy's. So it is a real issue. I hope that this plan addresses inequity. And I really take on board what we got from that TSI presentation about COVID and what that brought out, and for our Māori and Pasifika being worse off after that, our young people especially. And I take on board the other comments about not being so rigid around the focus on South and West. I know it's because we've got the Southern and Western Initiative, but we do have struggling communities in our other parts of Auckland. I look at my own area, Maungakiki Tamaki. I had 1,300 young people not in any education or employment. Now I have 2,600. So I do appreciate the focus of youth in this economic development plan, but please extend it out in implementation to other parts of Auckland. And I see this as a good start. It's 3 years, but can we level it up for the next 3? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, te lava. Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, just a comment. I don't know if anybody else has seen, but on yesterday and today, under Scoop Business and the Herald Business, there's apparently a record number of job vacancies. Apparently there's 80,000 vacancies listed in Trade Me. some of the sectors. There's in hospitality and tourism, there's 56% plus jobs advertised. In manufacturing and operation, there's 52% plus. Construction and roading, there's 46%. These are jobs advertised. Transport and logistics, 40% plus. Trades and services, 37%. And I'm just listening to what Councillor Bartley was saying, that, you know, it is wonderful that people go to university and they get qualifications and things, but I think maybe the time has come that we need to look at making sure that the qualifications, not everybody's going for the same kind of qualifications, because if you've got, you know, you've got a lot of people all going for a law degree or an arts degree or different degrees, there's just not going to be the jobs out there. So I think we need to look at other avenues for our young people for when they're getting degrees, to make sure that there's actually going to be jobs out there for them. But there's apparently, unless whoever's written this is wrong, 80,000 vacancies listed in Trade Me yesterday and today. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson and Councillor Watson now, and then we'll close it off with yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Just two quick points. I wasn't going to speak, but you know, I think first point is thanks to the officers and the report writers. Absolutely fantastic work. I think the tagline for this should be quality jobs where people live. You can use that one if you want. Because the situation we have now, where suburban Auckland, in South Auckland and in West Auckland, even in parts of East and North, where we have to travel all around the city for our work, that is a situation where it's a transport issue, it's an urban planning issue, it's an environmental issue, it's a family issue, it's even a public health issue. Someone's getting a phone call. And we can address all of these needs where we actually provide more work where people actually live across suburban Auckland. I think this should be a huge focus for Council. I think we should put as much resource as we can behind it, as much thinking as we can and work we can behind it. I'll just finish off with a sort of smaller point, but no less important for the ward that I represent. I love the idea of destination management plans. I think it's been needed in the city for a long time, and just wanted to reiterate that places like Piha and Te Hinga, a destination management plan isn't just an economic issue, it's also an environmental one, because we need to make sure these communities are sustainable for future generations of Aucklanders. And so I just encourage you to work with those communities closely. Thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. In parts of this report, there's some really quite revealing content, which, you know, even being aware of what's said in the newspapers and TV about, you know, how tough it is for certain groups, some of this is really stark, and I refer again to the section to do with supporting quality jobs and skills development, where we're told an urgent and material challenge facing Auckland is delivering an equitable economic recovery. The data is clear. For many Aucklanders, we cannot simply aspire to return to the previous situation, an economy which was failing so many people and entrenching inequality across the well-being domains, resulting in a handbrake on productivity and putting the social fabric of our communities and the social contract at serious risk. That's pretty heavy stuff. And it is the reality for big sections of our community. Maori and Pacifica, certainly we know that. They're the people who always seem to be at the bottom end of the rung, but also increasingly for numbers of other people and other communities around in the north who struggle with similar issues. And if we, you know, someone was mentioning about, you know, access to public transport and jobs locally. Yes, you know, that's obviously highly desirable, but in a lot of cases, these people will travel anywhere for work, and menial work or not, but those opportunities just aren't providing themselves. So yes, we get the headlines of, you know, 80,000 jobs or employers crying out for workers, but the disconnect between the people who are in many cases skilled, like Councillor Bartley said, 42 out of 50 Pacifica graduates doing jobs along the lines of flipping hamburgers and McDonald's. They've done all the right things. They've worked hard. They've had to work harder to get their achievement than comparable other students because of the barriers that they face, yet they end up little better off, or in some cases worse off. That's a perverse outcome. That's why I asked what connections are being made on a more granulated level that speaks to these people, because it's my impression that we have literally thousands and thousands of such people right across Auckland, particularly young people, who are the people we're talking about in this report, but who really aren't being aided in any substantive or meaningful way. They're on their own. They might get their job because they've had to apply for 150 jobs and McDonald's finally give them a shot. Now, that's not going to deal to this social contract being at risk or the problems of equity, because they're facing quite a different world than the people around this table and many other people out in society. So if it is to be as dramatic a turnaround as our report indicates it should, and it is a good report, there's going to have to be something far more meaningful and far more revolutionary than what we've seen thus far. A bit like the housing. These young people are already cut out of housing. Okay, they've got no show there. Now they're getting cut out of a half-decent job when they have done all the right things. They have got the right qualifications. They have worked hard, and it still makes no difference. So I guess, Mr. Chair, what I would just say in conclusion is that I thank the authors for spelling this out as clearly as they have, and I recognise the limited number of levers that Auckland Council has, but in terms of advocacy, I think we could be doing more to be spelling the situation out in black and white. Because when people read of 80,000 jobs and jobs being there for anyone who wants them, that doesn't quite equate with what we're getting told. Thank you.
Kia ora. Can I just acknowledge everybody who's spoken, but also with the pātai that asked our team. Can I just close in the comments? I got total faith in the team. I've got total faith in Janelle, got total faith in James, got total faith with the 6 outcome leads and the staff doing the mahi around this. Why? Is because they've been keeping us informed around what it is. I think one of the telling things is that particular shot up there, which is the Auckland Council Group's role in Auckland's recovery. It's our role. So going to your point, Councillor Watson, it's around that advocacy, really is around that, with government as well. But look, I just want to acknowledge the staff in regards to this. Around closing the loop, and in the PowerPoint, July is when they closed the loop. And what I've done, when I received Apulu Reese's, the chair's apology, I ended up sending his written notes and also the PowerPoint to Janelle and James, just to let them know that, hey, here are the comments. They've taken all that on board, as well as our Lemong, our chair of Māngere Otahuhu local board, because and also the 21 local board, because Auckland Council is the governing body and our 21 local boards. So that's all been taken on board. I look forward to the year, but I also look forward to the progress reports in the next 3 21 to 24. So to the team, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, thank you so much for your mahi. It has been moved and seconded. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Against.
Yep, against?
Aye.
Against, yep.
Yeah, it's been recorded already.
Yep.
I've seen it through.
So thank you so much. That's passed. Kia ora. So we move into our next item, and it is Kia ora Tamaki Makoto Māori Outcomes Performance Measurement Framework. Nau mai, haere mai. Tēnā koutou. Ai, 3. Tēnā koutou whānau. Saman, I just want to firstly acknowledge your role in ngā matarai. I understand there's a new journey ahead for you. So I'm passing on our committee's firstly, congratulations on the mahi that you were in that position, and also wish you well in the journey ahead. So ngā mihi ki a koe, and again, just thank you so much. Tēnā koutou, if you could introduce our team, and Councillor Dalton, if you are willing to move this particular item. Ka pai, second. Oh, yep. Matua Kake will second this, and I'll then open up for discussion and comment. Kia ora nā.
O tēnā koutou I ngā rangatira. Kia ora, Alf, thank you very much for your mihi, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Ko Simone Anderson, tōku ingoa. I have with me I mahi ana au, hey, GM of Māori Outcomes for a couple more days. I have with me Luann Ballantyne, our Head of Māori Strategic Outcomes, and also Richard Court, who is our Portfolio Manager. We're really pleased today to bring you Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau for your approval, which I see we've gained, but this framework is named because it is a wellbeing framework, and ultimately this is a desired outcome from the Council Māori relationship. So this framework focuses the Council group on a consistent approach to achieving outcomes for, and more importantly, with Māori. Mana whenua and Māori communities are at the forefront of our performance measurement framework, and we must not take our eye off the aspirations outlined in the mana statements. So the Independent Māori Statutory Board's last treaty audit asked Council to give the highest priority to finalise and implement the performance measurement framework. So this is with the aim of supporting a more cohesive and effective monitoring. So Māori responsiveness plans are either being developed or updated to plug them directly into the framework, and this allows us to gather the necessary data and information on the framework measures and the wider actions of the MRPs for reporting against. So the framework was approved by this committee in August 2020, and we've now brought the measures back to you for that final approval. And I take this opportunity to thank you all and thank everyone across the group and our Māori partners for staying with us through this journey. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'll now hand you over to Luann and Richard, who will outline reporting on the measures and how we've embedded them across the group. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou katoa. So again, just to emphasise the work and the effort and the time that's gone into being here today to seek approval of Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau. It's a significant milestone for the Council and the Council group as a whole. So next slide, please. So in terms of landing where we have with the measures especially, you've already seen the framework in August 2020. So in terms of developing the measures, we had a few things we needed to keep in mind. One was making sure that the measures could be defined and measurable, that data was available and there were supporting processes in place. So we do see this as being phase one. It is an evidence-based line. What we are looking for in phase two is actually to lift the reporting and the measures that we currently have, and that means that we'll be able to lift Council's performance against delivering on the framework. One of the other key considerations was the ability to collect data across the Council group. So a few of our measures actually cover the Council group, so it is important that we can actually collect the data. The LTP measures as well, so they have been included in the framework. Again, there's a few measures, and the LTP measures are some of them as well, that we want to refine and look to amend in the next LTP cycle. In terms of our reporting framework for Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, it will be a 6-monthly reporting cycle. Next slide, please. So this outlines the roadmap that we will be taking, and also the journey that we've been through to date. So we have the development of the measures. We've got the final draft with you today, and then we'll be seeking the approval of PACE committee today. Then we've got the reporting cycle happening that's already commenced. And then we've got a review, so we're calling it the phase 2 review, that will start in March 2022. It's actually started now, because one of the processes that we will be using is an intervention logic approach. So that's being developed in terms of what that might look like, and then we'll be able to come back at the review conclusion, which will be early in 2022, with some progress reports and updates and a way forward. Thank you. So in terms of implementing Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau, we do have some really vital and key levers. We have the Māori Outcomes Fund, so that's set out in the LTP, that's 150 million. We have the Māori Outcomes Steering Group, so this is a group that sit across the council group, includes the board secretariat members as well. We have Māori responsiveness plans. One of our key levers is actually that we're looking for directorate and CCO plans before we had department and unit plans. We have also the CCO statements of intents, and a big lever has been the C's performance objective and divisional scorecards. So again, they're lifting the performance around people having to actually take notice and give effect to Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau. In terms of our next steps, we're initiating the data collection for the measures, so that's currently underway. We're wanting to engage more with our local boards to make sure through their local plans and any support that they might need to help them deliver on the Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau outcomes. The board has also recently released their schedule of issues of significance. So we'll be working with the board to see how we might align our two documents. And we also have the Māori Outcomes Annual Report as well. So the latest version is currently being drafted, and that's a good way of capturing and sharing all the great outcomes that the council group is delivering. So in terms of the reporting framework, we do have a number of areas where the Māori Outcomes portfolio as a whole is reported to. So we've got ELT, we have the CE's Forum, Finance and Performance, Audit and Risk, the IMSB and Joint Governing Body Hui, and obviously PACE as well. So there are quite a few areas where the reporting goes into. This is obviously not capturing some of our external reporting as well. We want to make sure that we're actually sharing the stories and getting the input from mana whenua and mātua waka as part of this bigger framework. So as I mentioned before, we do have a number of group-wide measures. So again, the framework is a starting point in terms of how we work across the council group to deliver on Māori outcomes and using what resourcing we have to best effect for delivering on the framework. So I won't run through them here, but you'll see them set out in the PowerPoint. The group-wide measures are important to align our effort and present the outcome in a single view. And I've mentioned about phase 2. So the purpose of phase 2 is to, the measures reflect the mana outcomes and mahi objectives. They lift performance through improved monitoring and reporting, and they evaluate the council group performance. And we will do this by integrating intervention logic, methodology, and growing evidence base, including indicators. So that's been some of the feedback that we have received is about the need to include indicators within the framework. Engaging with key partners and internal stakeholders. There has been engagement to date in the development of the framework, so we just want to lift that again. And developing and refreshing our work programs across the council group in terms of how we actually deliver against this. So that's the conclusion of the PowerPoint.
Ka pai, short and sweet. Ka pai. Open up for pātai, Councillor Fletcher. And I'm going to then go to Councillor Dalton and then Member Kake, Matua Kake.
Kia ora.
Kia ora nā.
Thank you for the presentation. And I took on board the points you made in terms of the statement of intent from CCOs. Can you give me a little more insight into how you interrelate with Comet as a CCO?
So that is one of the partners that we do want to touch base with. We have concentrated most of our engagement with the substantive CCOs. So as part of phase 2, we will be touching base with Comet.
Okay, thank you for that. But, Mr. Chairman, I just want to foreshadow, I was actually going to raise it on the earlier item, but it's one of those areas where some of it sits in the CCO committee with Councillor Dalton and the Deputy Mayor, and some sits here. But I just want a clearer line of accountability in and around our CCOs so I can actually see how it's all interacting and we have a bit more clarity about that. Thank you.
So just on that, Councillor Fletcher, let's do some work around that with the CCO, and then we can at least get the definition that needs to be done after I saw Matua Kake shaking his head as an acknowledgement. So look, let's do some work with Councillor Dalton and with also the Deputy Mayor and myself and Councillor Casey, so thank you. Now move to yourself, Councillor Dalton.
Tēnā koe, Chair. I have two questions. Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you so much for all of the mahi that has gone into this. I know it's been a huge amount of work and it's going to be good. I have two questions. One is, one of the best ways to ensure that we're achieving our outcomes is to engage with Māori before we develop our plans, policy, strategies. Is there a place within Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau that we will see consultation with mana whenua before, and mātua waka, before we develop our annual plans and our long-term plans?
Kia ora, Councillor Dalton. Yes, absolutely. We're developing an updated approach to that as we speak, and that's based on more of an engagement approach and the type of approaches that Māori are more comfortable with.
Thank you, that's really good to hear. So in terms of measuring those outcomes, do we have that model right? We measure in percentages, we measure in counting forms and feedback. Can we be taking more of a tikanga Māori approach to how we measure the quality of feedback that we are getting, so we get a true sense of the level of engagement? Because when we just go through counting feedback forms and end up with a percentage, it looks like we're failing dismally, and I just wonder if actually some of our engagement is really rich in informing our work that we do.
Again, that's another piece we're looking at. I think it's not about failing dismally. I think it's about asking the right questions. So we are working with CEI to ensure that we're actually asking questions to get the results that we're looking for. So we are working with them at the moment. I'll let Lou talk more into that, given she'll be doing that piece of work.
Yeah, so just on that note, it has been identified that especially our LTP measures could focus on different questions or outcomes that we're seeking to align Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau to. And it is the LTP measure that we currently have in place around Māori decision-making role and how their perspective on that has been identified as one of our top priorities for the Phase 2 review. So we will be bringing that back to the table.
Thank you so much.
Kia ora. Matua.
Kia ora. So, tūtahi e te toko toru, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. First of all, I acknowledge Councillor Dalton and Councillor Fletcher's comments. Bang on point today. Absolutely agree with what you're saying in terms of leaning into the CCOs. And I think I heard that, I saw up on the screen there you had the CCOs all be looked at, but I'm interested, like you, did I read up there before that you had our CEOs, well, Council CEOs' performance appraisal or performance will be critiqued? I'd like to see that in the CEOs as well, as opposed to just making it a CCO objective or performance objective. So if it's good for our council CEO, I think it should be good for the CCOs. That's my point. So that's the question: is can that be extended to them? And you answered my other question in terms of the reporting frequency. So you're saying 6 monthly. In terms of critiquing this, and just to support Councillor Dalton's line of questioning in terms of measuring tika puno and aroha is always a good measure. Is it tika, is it puno, and does it have aroha for our Māori community? If it doesn't, start again. Start again. Ka pai? And we measure distance and a tikanga way through distance travelled off the distance travelled. Ka pai? So just if you could answer the question around the CEO performance appraisals, I'd be appreciate it.
So we would be really keen to see that approach taken with the CE's performance objective across the CCOs as well. We do have a regular hui with the CE's forum, which includes it's our Auckland Council CE and the CEs of CCOs. So that is going to be one of our main avenues to see whether we can actually get something in place around that.
Ka pai? No more pātai, that's even better. But just to our kaimahi too, to our staff, just to let you know why we ask our whānau, our presenters to step back before we do the comments, because the comments is not directed at our staff who's there. It's for us to end up debating, so then nobody will end up getting in the crossfire, think it is about them. So that's the reason we ask our staff, our kaimahi, to step back. Before you do, Luann, I mihi to you and congratulations on the acting role that you now have. So look, I'm mihi ki a koe. Richard, is there any comments before I open it up for the committee? Is there any comments from you before I open up to the committee for comments? No? Ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa. Kia ora nā. So just comments. I will, and I'll leave the last I'll leave the last comment to Councillor Dalton, and before that to Matua Kake. But I just want to acknowledge it, and I'm going to use the words that you used, Councillor Dalton, and it's the huge amount of work that has been done. And you are right, it has been a huge amount of work that's been done. For me, it's really just waiting to get this through, and then our staff can carry on with the mahi. So that's just my comment, very brief. I'm going to ask and go around this way. If there's any, if not, I'm just going to leave it to Matua Kake and then Councillor Dalton to finish. No, so Matua Kake, if you got any comments. If not, I'll just hand it straight to Councillor Dalton, and then I'll put the recommendation that you and Councillor Dalton have moved and seconded.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Just to, I see it as an awesome opportunity really to shift the dial from intergenerational welfare dependency to intergenerational welfare prosperity and privilege. And through outcomes that go beyond just economic, just beyond hauora or health, it's outcomes for Māori. So for me, this is a great opportunity to shift that dial from that welfare dependency to, why can't Māori have privilege? That's what I'm looking for in terms of the measures going forward. Thank you.
Ka pai. Councillor Dalton to close.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you. Chair, I'm not tangata whenua, but my ancestry places me firmly as tangata tiriti, and so I take my responsibility to being a treaty partner as a priority for my mahi here at Council. Kia ora, Tamaki Makaurau is going to provide a mechanism to progress and measure our outcomes that we can deliver for Māori, and I'm really excited that I'm here as we approve this framework to be able to take us forward alongside our CCOs, alongside mana whenua and māta waka. And I guess regrettably last year, I think it was last year, if it was not the beginning of this year, Outcomes for Māori was added as one of the top 10 risks at audit and risk in their risk register. But I'm confident that the framework that we have here and our ability to measure outcomes, as long as we're measuring them appropriately, correctly, will remove that from the risk register. So I'd just like to congratulate Ngā Mātarai and everyone that has been involved and contributed to the framework that we're approving here today. Kia ora.
Thank you for those closing comments, and I'm just going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're going to continue the theme of all good news stories, and we're on to item legs 11, and that is Cultural Initiatives Fund 21-22 grants. Tēnā koutou, te whānau, and I'll just welcome our whānau here, and they will introduce themselves. And again, Councillor Dalton or Matua Kake, if you want to move these. Yeah, ka pai, if I swap the Matua Kake to move and Councillor Dalton to second. And then we'll just go through. Tēnā koe te rangatira Jane. I'll let you to introduce the team. Kia ora nā.
O tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koutou ki te hia mana koutou ko ngā mema o te committee whakarite parae mahi tue hapuri kaupapa. Manawatia a Mātariki. Ko Jane Aiken taku ingoa, ko Māori Outcomes Lead Aho. Ko tēnā, ko Ani Makia, Kai Hatu Marae, ko tēnā Shane Cook, Principal Advisor Māori Housing. So tēnā te mihi kia koutou. We stand here together as a team with our various pōtai on, our various hats on, as Māori Outcomes Lead Marae Advisor and Māori Housing, Principal Advisor Māori Housing. I'll explain our roles and how we'll play this out as we go through, but if it's okay, I'll just lead us straight into this presentation to start with. So we thought it would be helpful, first of all, to acknowledge the huge difference that this fund is making and celebrate what has been achieved and happening in Marae and Papakainga, just very briefly, knowing you've got a very big agenda. So this first slide recognises the work that Mātātua Marae have achieved over the 2021 period with the grant that you approved last year for them. You can see that their focus has been largely on leaking and substandard infrastructure around their wharepaku, and they've absolutely transformed that with their 123,000 granted last year. Secondly, in the Papakainga Māori housing space, Papakura Marae, I know this was acknowledged previously because this grant actually came in 1920, but as is the case with Māori housing, and Shane can talk to any questions or detail on this later, it takes several years to come to fruition. So here we're seeing the units well developed, well advanced in their building, with 6 hoping to open in August and the remaining in 2022. And the diagram down the bottom is a concept for Te Mahurihuru Marae, a 15-house development which is due to start construction in 2022, also received funding through the Cultural Initiatives Fund. But on to the main kaupapa of the item in front of you today. I'll just sit on the slide for a moment while I talk to the kind of ngāko or heart of the report. So hopefully you're all familiar now that the Cultural Initiatives Fund is $1.2 million granted annually, or available to grant annually, and that is seeded in the long-term plan every year. The annual grant is available to Papakainga Māori Housing and Marae, with an upper limit of 170,000. Appendix A and B provide all the detail on how that grant is further the guidance to other aspects of how the grant is allocated. We opened the grant this year on the 1st of April for 7 weeks. Once the applications were received, both Ani and Shane do a great job of helping to support applicants to make sure that their applications are complete. We try to do our best to make sure that everyone's got the most chance of being considered for this application. And then an independent panel, which is where it comes into our different roles. I don't get involved in the relationship with the marae during that process, and stand independently to sit on the marae panel along with my colleague and newly acting head of Māori Outcomes, Luanne Ballantyne, and an independent assessor who's a quantity surveyor, also works for Kāinga Ora, so brings a great perspective across the region. So we sit independently to assess all the applications. We had to make some hard recommendations this year, and we then brought those hard recommendations to you all on the 16th of June in the form of a workshop. So hopefully for most of you this is something you've managed to have a think about prior to today. But in summary, we received 16 applications. 11 of those were for marae and 5 were for Papakainga. Overall, they were requesting over $2.5 million, remembering that we only have the 1.2 to allocate. So what we're recommending, which is what's on this slide, is that 12 are granted funding. A more full breakdown of this is in the last appendix on page 137. Of these, 9 of these recommendations are less than what people applied for, so they're partial funding. 3 are in full, and there are 2 that funding is not recommended. So overall, the reasons for those that are recommended for lesser or declining are fairly consistent. It's either because there's lack of alignment with the grant guidelines, the viability of the works is not as great, some have, if you like, some bit more nice to have aspects to their application, and we've been very careful to think about equity, both in terms of across the portfolio and across the region, across Mana Whenua, across Mātāwaka, and also looking at grants given previously. And talking to that, the last slide gives you a geographic and split between Papakainga, Manawhenua and Matawa Marae. So I won't explain that. Hopefully that's visually helpful to see what the proposed recommendations will mean in terms of a geographic distribution and a distribution between Manawhenua and Matawa Marae. Nō reira, ko mutu ahau. That's all I have to provide by way of context for the report, and in particular acknowledge Annie and Shane's great work and their ability to answer any questions in relation to context, and myself in relation to recommendations. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Jane, and tēnā koutou. Look, I just want to cover off on two particular questions. One is that what process did we go through in regards to having the council laws have the ability to look over the applications? That's number one, what we ended up doing. And look, I'll go with that one first. Just the process, and also, sorry, the second one is the application process. Who does I know it's in the report, but it's important to end up saying who ends up looking at the applications. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So briefly mentioned that, but just again, the 16th of June, we provided all of the information about the applications that had been received in a workshop at the PACE Committee here, and that PowerPoint summarising that was made available to all committee members. So that's the opportunity to your first partai in relation to having had the opportunity to look at the applications. The second partai, gone blank on. Aroho mai.
No, just who goes through, who does the application process, as in the decision around the applications that then come to us. Is it Māori Outcomes team? Is it?
Sure. So once again, there's a panel of 3 that are staying independent from the time the applications open till today. The panel of 3 stay independent from working with Marae and Papakainga, which is why we've got my amazing colleagues beside me. And so we go through all of the criteria in quite some detail, seek advice where needed, but bring that in an independent assessment back to you today.
Ka pai. To our committee, partai, Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora. So just with the applicants who didn't get through, there's not I suppose it's because it's public, is it, that it's not in here, the reasons why decline? Like, I'm sort of looking, I can't see.
Through the chair, it is in the report, but I'm just scanning up to
I'm
the
just
place. And
scrolling through again, trying to...
While I'm scrolling up as well, I can just talk to it briefly. So the 2 applicants that were unsuccessful was the Te Aroha Pā Papakainga application and the Tahuna Marae application. In the case of the Te Aroha Pā application, they also applied for marae funding, and in their application they made it clear that if there was a pressure on the funding, they would like their marae application considered ahead of their Papakainga application, so we've followed their lead. In the case of the Tahuna Marae application, the committee was aware that there was a number of gaps in their application in terms of that point I made about viability, the ability to be able to complete the works, and we also are working with them at the moment on Marae Infrastructure Program, and I've just found it on page 104 and 105.
Sorry, I'm trying to come back. Yeah, it was just Parangatahi to Mongarongo. That was the one I was looking. 105. Back here. Okay, I'll talk to you later because I can't.
So through the chair, if I may just point out, there were 2 applications that were also not eligible. Oh, sorry, 1 application not eligible and 1 application withdrew. So in terms of adding up the numbers, 2 declined and 2, for the reasons just stated, not included, which is why we have the remaining 12 recommended.
Thank you.
Ka pai. If there's no further Councillor Bartley, and then I'm going to open up for comments.
I don't actually have a question. I'm going to be naughty because I want to say this comment while the staff are at the table. I just want to acknowledge Anne and Makia. She's one of our Tamaki community leaders, well respected, does phenomenal work in our community. So it's awesome to see you here, and the Auckland Council is very lucky to have her. So thank you, Chair, for letting me do that.
No? ka pai, I think. No, she's happy you got the thumbs up, so no, ka pai. If there's no further comments, questions, again, aroha mai, I'm just going to open up for comments, and if we could, yeah. Ka pai, tēnā koutou, thank you so much. Any comments? I'm going to save Matua Kake to close because he has moved the recommendation. But are there any comments? I've only got one to let everybody know that if this gets approved and it's in your hands, I will then, the staff will ensure that the councillor in the ward that the marae is in, that you will be contacting the successful applicants just to sort of let them, but the staff will only give you 2 days. I've said to the staff, give them 2 days. If they don't do it, you fellas do it. So look, they will contact you if that's okay and let you know that, hey, this marae in your ward has been approved the funding, and you can advise them after this is approved. So look, that's really the only comment I have. Are there any others before I get Matua Kake to close this particular item? Ka hore? Okay, Matua Kake, all yours.
Ka pai katira I tēnei wā ka huri atu kia e te toko toru, ngā mihi atu kia koutou mo tō mahi hohonu mo tō mahi hei tautoko ngā marae maha o te motu o Tāmaki Makaurau. Nō reira tēnā koe. Just to think, I would have turned that comment into a question by saying, do you agree? But I have the, I similarly with Jane and Shane actually, for the development of our papakainga out at Papakura Marae. He's been awesome, Shane, right from the start, and we probably wouldn't be anywhere near opening our papakainga on the 30th of August. So that invitation will come out to members of the committee, of the previous committee as well, that approved our putia, our 150K back then. And so as part of our accountability, so if you want to measure outcomes, you invite them to see the actual results as opposed to just writing it in a report. And come and feel the burn, come and feel the humbleness, but also come and celebrate the openings of some of our taonga, big or small, but for us at Papakura Marae, it's really appreciated. And so to the staff, thank you, and appreciate every minute, every hour, every hard yards that you guys put in to not only convince at a local board level, but also at a council level. Now, for Marae, it's quite difficult sometimes to navigate the system. But when you have and I'll call it a plant or a go-to person or a contact within the system, it's so much easier. So like our previous conversation we had today around economic development and having our broker, no different within advancing the interests of marae around Tāmaki Makaurau, having that point of contact has been really appreciated. So Jane, to you and your team, ngā mihi, tēnā koe.
Thank you, Matua Kake. I'm going to put the recommendation, all those in favour. Against? Carried. Mamihi kia koutou. So look, the time is 7 minutes past 12, and the reason I am saying that is that we've still got a few items left, but I personally want to get through at least the next 3, possibly 4. So let's see how we go. Lunches will be ready at 12:30. This is why. So look, I'm going to come through to item 12, just a dozen. And this is from the proposed land exchange Belgrove Reserve in Avondale. Pardon? You want, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I'd like to move it, thanks.
Yep, so it's being moved by Councillor Mulholland and seconded by Councillor Fletcher. So it's on the table for discussion, so tēnā korua, and I'll just leave it to you both.
Thank you, Councillor. You have McLean Grindell from Community Investment. I'm here with my manager, Carol Candler. I'm here to recommend approval of a land exchange in Avondale of Belgrove Reserve West and part of Belgrove Reserve East for a new pocket park and access way within roughly 20 meters of the same location. This exchange would enable an increase in open space of 975 meters squared, a more multifunctional and usable rectangular recreational space, and better sight lines and pedestrian access to the open space. We reported on this to the PACE Committee in March of this year, where we received approval to run a public notification process in accordance with Section 15 of the Reserves Act. I am returning to you with our findings. We received 4 submissions from the public, with 3 in support and 1 in opposition. We considered the objectors' concern that the exchange would be enclosed within the proposed Kainga-Ora development, but are recommending the exchange proceeds as it increases access, road frontage, and sightlines into the open space. We received support from the FO local board in May to proceed with the land exchange, and from the 13 iwi identified as impacted by this proposal, 9 did not respond, and 4 expressed they either had no concern or deferred to those with current connection in the Avondale area. And apologies, when I loaded this report into Info Council, Ngāti Whātua Orake's response was not included, and just confirming their response was that no action is needed from them at this stage, and they would appreciate being kept informed as it moves forward. If PACE approves the land exchange, Finance and Performance Committee will consider the land disposal of Belgrove Reserve West and part Belgrove Reserve East on 19th of August. Any questions?
Kapai. The boss lady, I don't know if your boss lady wants to say anything. No? So, Pātai? Got a question from Councillor Mulholland or comment? Yeah, no, I'll save you to last. You can close the debate and comments. So if there's no Pātai?
My question was, can you put the motion?
Oh, no. So there's none. So again, if we could, thank you so much for the mahi comments, apart from the one we just had. If not, Councillor Mulholland, you can close our debate and I'll put the recommendations.
Kia ora, Chair, and I'd like to acknowledge the staff and the work that they've done. That there are a number of staff been across this, and I'd like to acknowledge the input of the whālocal board. I think it's great that we are seeing more space for the locals in Avondale. It has been an area where there has been some controversy, so kia ora and thank you for the opportunity and great work, team.
It's been closed, so I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. On next item, 1.3, unlucky for some. Sorry, that's just housing, not unlucky for you guys. Tēnā korua. So, Councillor Fletcher, I think your area? I'm happy to move that. Yeah, so moved second. Oh, matua kake. Matua kake, so it's on the table for discussion. Thank you. Kia ora, tēnā korua.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Dylan O'Brien. I'm a policy advisor for community investment, and this is my manager, Carol Canler, also in community investment. This report seeks approval for the proposed land exchange at Mari Halbu Park in All Wairaka. This report was brought to the PACE Committee in, I believe it was December 2020, where approval was sought for public notification to be carried out. Public notification took place earlier this year in February and March. Consultation was carried out with 13 iwi. All 13 iwi either did not respond or deferred action to the iwi that have more relevant connection to the area. We received 8 pieces of feedback from the public notification period. 4 of those were an objection. Of the 4 objections, they were all deemed to be either out of scope or not to be significant enough to outweigh the benefits of the proposed land exchange. The Albert Eden Local Board approved this land exchange at their June business meeting that's just gone. And we are currently seeking recommendation from the PACE Committee to both approve the land exchange and to recommend the Finance and Performance Committee approve the disposal aspect of this land exchange. I'll open it up to questions.
Kia ora and kapai, and I love the pronunciation o Wairaka. Well done. So, Pātai. There you go.
Maybe,
Councillor Fletcher.
would it be fair to say that with the objections, which you've scoped in this report, they probably have more to do with just the discomfort where areas are changing quite dramatically, that with the intensification that's going forward. So you say that there's minimal risk of judicial review, but I really just would like your formal clarification on that point.
All through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, that's basically exactly it. The concerns are related to intensification, lack of provision of social amenities as well. So yeah, I think that's basically the best way you can articulate that. And those things are deemed to be out of scope, hence why there's low risk for judicial review.
I don't need to speak to this item. I think the report covers all these things. Thanks.
Well, if there's none, Coral, just wanted to acknowledge you and your staff in regards to a lot of the mahi that comes through here. So, tēnā korua and tēnā koutou. So, look, there's no pātai. Any comments? Because I don't think there's any comments as well. So, if there's none, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 14. Anthony, all yours. Tēnā koe. This one here, I'll move this one, or even Councillor Newman or Councillor Dalton. Way enough if you want to move that in. Yeah. So, what is it? So, and Councillor Dalton second? Okay then. Anthony, is there anything you say after what Councillor Newman just said?
Yeah, kia ora. So, just want to give a bit of background to this. We've received a bit of some legal advice following the emergency budget asset recycling approvals and reserve revocation process, which is currently underway. The advice we received was that Council needs to separate assessment of Reserves Act values of a property from any disposal and benefits a disposal will give to Council. So what we're recommending here or requesting is we commence the reserve revocation process, which allows us to go out and do public notification, get feedback from the public prior to a decision being made to dispose. And also we'll engage with mana whenua, the local board, on the Reserves Act values again before a decision to dispose has been made. So it is quite a change, but it is seen as a more robust process. And certainly we won't have to be going back a year later, which has happened with the asset recycling reserve revocations a year later to carry on doing work. This hopefully will streamline it more and allows the public to provide input on the site prior to the decision. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, let's see what happens around whether it's streamlined or not, but that's a conversation that will be had after this approval that goes through. So it's been moved and seconded. Any pātai? No? No comments. I know that Councillor Newman said without debate, so I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Tēnā koe. So, item 16, sorry, not 16, this is item 15. We've got 14 minutes. Now, that doesn't mean we have to do it within 14 minutes because this year our work program is so important, but I wish to get through item 15 before we break for lunch. So I'm going to move this particular item. Can I have a second? Councillor Cooper will second this particular item, and it's on the table for discussion. Tēnā koutou, and I'll get, to introduce yourself and the team, please. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you. Catherine Martin, Manager of Work Programs and Community Facilities. Here with me today is Rob Cairns, Head of Asset Management and Investment Programming, and of course, Taryn Crew, our General Manager, Community Facilities. We also have a team behind us as well. We have Paul Kleinek, General Manager, Technical Services, INES. Also like to acknowledge Ross Roberts' involvement and also Mace Ward. Robert Walsh and Jonathan Hope, our Regional Work Programme leads, are also here today to support us. So I am here to present the Community Facilities Regional Work Programme. Our team is. Would you like me to click from here or? Great, thank you. No, we need to do that. There we go, there we go. So just a reminder today, our regional work programs and what they include. Firstly, we have the Regional Renewals and Development Area, regional parks, holiday parks, botanic gardens in Auckland Domain. Other programs include cemeteries, our residential and commercial leases. Then we have our 3 programs that are also involved with local boards, and those are coastal renewals, slips prevention and remediation, and our growth program, or local parks and sports field development. But we'll explain that a little bit further here. So we have, in terms of decision making, just a reminder that those regional park and cemeteries budgets are solely governing body decisions. However, the coastal, slips and local parks and sports field development budget, or what we call our growth budget, have dual decision making. You are the decision makers, obviously, as the PACE committee under the governing body, for the prioritisation of allocation of budget and effectively outcome. So you're setting the overall scope for those projects and programs. Subsequently, and sometimes in parallel, local boards are the decision makers where those assets lie within local areas, within the parameters that you set. So for example, in the growth program, if there was a sports field upgrade to be funded, you would determine that project and the outcome and scope, and the local board would be overseeing the delivery and look and feel of that project. So just a few key points today in relation to the item in front of you. So the program has definitely been aligned to the LTP budgets and priorities. We've worked quite closely to do that. It's a 3-year work program, so we approve 1 in full and years 2 and 3 in principle, and we'll come back to you with a rolling work program each year. You may recall that this program was workshopped with the PACE committee in March, so that would have been the last time that you saw the program in full. The growth, coastal and slips programs have been workshopped with the local boards, and I'll go through that again slightly more closely shortly. And the local boards approve the work programs, those growth, coastal and slips items, as a part of the overall work programs, and that just happened at the end of June. That's all subject to your approval. Through that process, they also provide feedback to you, and that feedback has been attached to the report here today. Any recommended changes have been included. There were some minor changes, and they're all reflected in the attachment. So just this final slide to outline the development process in a little more graphic way. So firstly, we have the PACE committee workshop that you had in March to review the programs. We then had the growth, coastal and slips items that went to local board workshops in March, followed by local board workshops again just for final oversight in May. Local boards have adopted their work programs in June, including and subject to your approval, those growth, coastal slips programs, and we're now back to you today to approve the full regional work program, both the solely regional and the dual decision making as today. So we're happy to answer any questions, unless there's anything anyone wants to add. Right.
Oh, the hands are coming up already, so geez, you fellas better watch out. Councillor Coombe and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I appreciate there's a lot in the work program, and this question's a bit lazy web, sorry. In terms of, well, it seems anecdotally there's a lot more pressure on our campsites at regional parks, and this is the time of year where there's a lot of, well, I get a lot of feedback about how difficult it is to use the online booking system, and I just wondered within the work program, is there any budget for looking at the back end of systems that we're using to support the bookings and, you know, try and improve that whole experience of booking campsites? And I think one of the particular issues is you can't book, if you're trying to book say a week and it's just at the point where the bookings have opened, it's really popular, you have to do it one day at a time, so you have to keep going back in every single day. It's not like the dockside where it opens for the season. So I know that's a very specific question, but I just couldn't find it anywhere in the program that there might be some budget to just resolve this to make it a better experience.
So thank you for the question, Councillor, and I'm going to answer that because it's not quite in the scope of this team or of this work program, but certainly trying to use our digital tools better to improve the customer experience is one of our key priorities, and our digital and customer services team is looking at this. So we're trying to improve our digital experience overall. We've got a number of initiatives that we're looking at, and the booking services is one of those. We're now trying to prioritise for this financial year and get the budget approved and sourced for how we're going to tackle these items. And once we know a little bit more, we can provide an update on this item. But we don't quite know yet of the start time at this stage that I'm aware of, or the total budget, but it's certainly on top of mind of how do we resolve it.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me go a bit off piste. I was just taking advantage of a work program generally question. Thank you.
No, that's all right. When I saw A to F and I tried to merge them up, I didn't see it. Councillor Walker.
Just got a few high-level questions that go to climate change. So I noted the holiday parks were doing various works, some demolition, reconstruction, toilets and so on. Don't have an issue with that. But given that those holiday parks are generally in very low-lying areas, highly likely to be impacted by sea level rise, storm surge and the like, are we shifting to affordability in terms of building structures so that if we have to shift something, we can either shift it up or shift it back or shift it away?
So Paul's here can possibly talk about the coastal risks in those sites. Where we are investing in our accommodation facility, they are generally movable items. Where the less movable items are the amenities blocks and the showering blocks, and that's generally a refurbishment of the existing footprint. So there is a longer term risk associated with that investment, but it is that longer term.
And just as it goes to that, it's becoming evidently clear that we're not looking at long term now. I mean, we're tracking worst case scenario for sea level rise, for example, dramatic acceleration. So storm events and the like are going to become much more frequent and far worse at these locations imminently. So I've just got a concern that we're taking the appropriate steps. They're not necessarily more expensive, it's simply a more appropriate way of doing things. Thank you.
Kia ora everybody. Through the chair, just to add to our answer there, Council is doing quite a lot of work in improving our understanding of climate change and some of the related impacts of climate change. We've talked to the ECC committee recently around some of the work that we've prepared in the erosion susceptibility space, so looking at the changing nature of our coast over the next 30, 50, 100 years' time, some better and more accurate overlays and data that relate to flooding and coastal-driven inundation flooding. All of that work is being factored into any renewals that Council undertakes. When we look at the consents and approvals that are required, we also need to look at the hazard provisions of the Auckland Unitary Plan and build that into resilience that's wrapped into future design.
Right. The other question I've got, and again it just goes to resilience and climate change, I noticed that we're buying 3 electric bikes for the south. That's great. Generally in terms of the acquisitions that we're looking at for plant and equipment, and that would include, say, the winter garden boiler. Are we future-proofing ourselves around climate resilience?
Yes, we most certainly are. It's a key consideration in any of the renewals we do, and in particular the winter gardens is something that we're looking at to look at alternative solutions there.
The other general question I've got around that, I noticed that we're continuing to invest in livestock. Probably the most rapid thing that we could do to reduce emissions as council is to reduce livestock in terms of methane emissions, which are relatively short term. Is that something that we are exploring? Are we looking at maybe shifting from a ruminant-based livestock regime to some other regime?
I think those are issues that are coming up, particularly through the Regional Parks Management Plan, where most of our farming takes place. The extent of the grazing that we undertake to manage those landscapes, and the alternative approaches to livestock and stocking rates that we could do. So they're being worked through, and largely through the Regional Park Management Plan and through the environmental plans that have been prepared for each of those main sites.
Okay. The reason introducing that is if we start approaching worst case scenarios, and my view is that is occurring, we may have a need for a much faster response than what we may be thinking of around that. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. The other question I've got is just around Collindale Park. I note that there's a substantial sum of money being invested there in a kart track. Have we consulted and engaged with affected parties around that? And I'm thinking in terms of the Mount Wellington Motorcycle Club and others that have in the past enjoyed the Mount Wellington racetrack, which of course no longer exists, and the pressure at Rosedale racetrack, for example.
Yes, I'm not intimately familiar with the discussions that are ongoing around that kart investment. That you'll recall that project for Collindale is an investment that was agreed pre-COVID, and this is the continuation that was deferred through the emergency budget. So this is the continuation of those landlord improvement works. I am aware that the team involved and our PSR colleagues are continuing to have discussions around kart provision with the various user groups and organisations that want to make use of those facilities.
And that'll sit with Mesa's team, so.
Maybe if somebody can come back to me offline and just, give me some information around that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Oh, sorry, Fletcher, then Councillor Watson.
Thank you for the report. I could go into a number of issues here and ask you difficult questions that if money weren't in short supply, would you be looking at renewals of regional parks, or would you be looking at more sports fields, or quite what you would be doing? And I would highlight the fact that there's nothing really explicit in terms of costings around sports fields, and we will receive lots of correspondence on them. The question, however, bearing in mind all these things being rather difficult, is with the delegation that you're seeking for approval of changes to the work program, so that these matters don't have to come back through the PACE committee here, what comfort can we take that the evaluation of all of these things is going to be properly considered?
I guess just to highlight the nature of the changes that we do under that delegation are very sort of minor things to, a little bit more money here, a little bit less money there, little shifts in timing of budget. So we don't ever substantially put a new project in or take a substantial project out without seeking approvals. And it's really the delegation allows us to flexibly have sufficient flexibility to deliver the program without having to come back to the committee for every little change that we need.
No, that's fine. And also, what impact do you feel you've been able to make thus far within Council's policy development on developer contributions?
So we work very closely with our colleagues in financial policy. Clearly, there's a number of issues around our approach to development contributions that aren't simply what we would like to achieve or what we would like to deliver, but around the organisation's financial capacity to borrow, financial capacity to fund depreciation into the future. But we work very closely with our colleagues. The DC policy is obviously going out for consultation shortly, and the scheduled projects for the open space are reflected both in the short-term growth program and our longer-term growth modelling for need. So we think we work well with them.
Would you agree then that the provisions that have been made available to us thus far are somewhat conservative in terms of open space and sports fields and, everything in an ongoing sense of what will be required for our communities if we are to remain the wonderful, livable, most livable city in the world. Are you comfortable that we should be adopting conservative provisions?
I would make the observation that within the LTP, the 10-year LTP program, there is, we believe, adequate budget to deliver our modelled requirements for both new open space and development. Equally recognising that the 3 years that we're dealing with here are relative to the rest of the LTP, relatively constrained budgets. And that's the reality of the world we're currently in. So while we've got modestish budgets here for the next 3 years across the LTP, and certainly when you look out at the latter years of the LTP, there is a great deal of money.
And can you also confirm that with regards to holiday parks and bookings, much of the problem is just oversubscription rather than technology problems?
I don't know quite what the level of use of the regional parks is. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, a couple of questions on the regional coastal renewals work program, and firstly, thanks for the program to date. I've certainly noticed quite a lot of work happening the last little while in the area I represent, so it's always quite uplifting to see that work getting done. It's actually the sort of work that often strikes a chord with local communities more than anything, actually, so things getting fixed up close to where they use. My question, however, just going to the timing of the project's completed, estimated completion date, and the total cost that's predicted for it. Just a general question: how kind of tied down are they generally? And the reason I ask that is certainly with COVID there was a couple of delays. There wasn't too much that could do with that, but in terms of that effect on the overall cost, obviously if it delays a year or two, it seems to increase the cost, sometimes quite dramatically. So I realise it's a guide, but how confident, Rob, are we that that's the general costs we're working under and the kind of general time frame for completing these projects?
I'll just quickly answer. Paul may well want to add. So you're quite right. What these reflect is our current best estimates based on the amount of knowledge we have for each of those projects. And it's very fair to say as you advance through the project delivery program, you get much clearer idea of what the actual costs will be. And for coastal projects in particular, there is the potential for those budgets estimates to change as you know more about what you're trying to solve. What we will always do with each of these programs is manage each of the projects within the overall program envelope. We aim to progress so that we're delivering as much as close to 100% for each program each year. But if we have to just flex the timing on some of those projects to accommodate an increase in budget, that's the type of the way we manage budget changes, variations.
Mr. Chair, if I might, in terms of the coastal renewals work, we know that there seems to be more storm surges and things like that. Are we seeing like a kind of a immediate impact on our budgets and our work programs with the last couple of years, the weather events and stuff, or is it over the period? Is that yet to really impact on this sort of program?
Through the chair, I think that's a really good question. I think over the last 3 or 4 years, we've experienced very few severe coastal storm events, which may or typically include rainfall, flooding events as well, and some of the issues that creates. That's not to say that we couldn't have a series of storm events tomorrow and in future years. The work program itself accurately reflects the things we need to focus on for now. That's not to say that our focus may need to change following some of the storm events that I've just alluded to, and that the evidence that sits around the climate change projections shows us we need to prepare for more regular, severe storm events, a combination of factors that sit there. I would add to that mix, though, the work that we've started in the coastal management planning space, working with our communities, helping to educate our communities around what they should expect, what they need to prepare for, the role of private landowners, the role of council, and some of our visioning of what might need to change going forward. If I was to gaze into the future, over the next sort of 5 to 10 years, I think some of the discussions we have in this forum will change, and there'll be discussions around the need for funding maybe of a different quantum with a different focus to be applied. But for now, I think the budget as it stands, like I say, is focused on the work that needs to be completed with the highest risk. And whilst that work's being completed, we have a good plan in place for engagement with our communities and mana whenua through the coastal management planning space. You'll be aware that there's some funding from this year for the next few years to speed up delivery of those coastal management plans. So you're going to hear more from me in time, speaking to what we've learnt in combination with communities and mana whenua around what's important, what we need to focus on, and it'll be a combination of managing assets that we currently own, with I guess, a little bit more discussion on preparedness for the future and what that looks like.
Thanks. Just, I won't speak to it, Mr. Chair, but just again to reiterate my acknowledgement to the team for the work that's been delivered. You go around any parts of Auckland and there's a lot of, and particularly in the coastal space, a lot of renewals happening, very high amenity, and as I said earlier, that's the sort of things that our communities actually notice about work that's done. So thank you.
Kapai. Now, there's no further questions. I'm going to open up for comments, and if there's no comments, I'm going to put the recommendation because John's already acknowledged our staff with the mahi that you've done. So if there's no comments, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, and also to you, Taryn. This is your first meeting as GM. Congratulations to your role. Kia ora nā. So look, there's some hangi down at for our meal because of the Matariki New Year. So we'll go down, have our meal. There's only 4 items that we will have, and there may be an issue with our quorum, but let's see how the next 4, which is the work program. So apologies, Emily, to you and your staff around this, but it was really at 12:30. You're most welcome to come down and have a kai with us. Kia ora nā. So we stand adjourned until 1:45, about 10 past, 10 past 1 would be enough time for us. Kia ora. Ara koutou katoa, we'll get back into it. So look, firstly, just to our kitchen staff, thank you so much for the diet boil-up and diet hangi we just had. So for those people that organised it, thank you, Maya, to our team. And also, yeah, so did you get your pudding? Yeah, Wayne. Yeah, no, Wayne got his pudding, so I'm happy now. Made my day. Yeah. So look, we'll get back into this, and just to let you know, the two cakes that we got at there, I ended up buying the two cakes. One is the banana cake, the other one is cheesecake, which is nearly gone. Yeah. Yeah. So I bought those this morning because it was Richard's birthday yesterday, but he called in sick, as in he was absent. So I don't really care now. We're going to eat it. But also just to acknowledge, and this is for Joseph's sake, he's not here, but England won an extra time against Denmark, so they're in the final of the European Cup. Yep, 2-1. So look, the cake's there. Please, our staff, again, if you want to go and grab your cake, please do that. It's there to be eaten. So look, we'll get back into our agenda. We have people leaving early, so I want to get through this as quick as we can. Item 16, we have got our 21-22 Arts and Culture Regional Work Programme. So I want to welcome our ladies, tēnā koutou katoa, and I'll leave it to Justine, to Emily. Emily, congratulations on the role that you've got now in regards to the team. So I'll leave it to you. I will move, and Councillor Young second this particular item, so it's on the table now for discussion. Kia ora. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora koutou, ko Emily Trent, taku ingoa, e mahi ana o he Head of Arts, Culture and Heritage, mo te tari o Connected Communities e Auckland Council. Tēnā koutou katoa. So we're here today to present the FY22 Regional Arts and Culture Work Programme for PACE Committee approval. We take the report as read, and we'd like to give you a brief overview of the content and then answer any questions. But before we get in, I'd just like to introduce those here with us. Yes.
Kia ora koutou, ko Justine Haves, toku ingoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Jay, toku ingoa.
Kia ora koutou, ko Hayley Walters, toku ingoa.
Kia ora. So we held a drop-in session on Monday, the 28th of June for PACE committee members ahead of today's meeting. And we'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Cashmore and Councillor Bartley for their attendance and participation. So turning to the report, we're presenting a work program which is focused on providing access to arts and cultural experiences for Tamaki Makaurau. Table 1 summarizes the items for approval today. So the first investment area outlined is for our regional creative programs, which includes signature events and festivals which play a critical role in supporting and providing access to arts and culture experiences. So you'll probably be aware of all the activity in our city right now around celebrating Matsariki, which is one of our signature experiences enabled by this investment. This year also sees new budget available for City Centre Public Art via the City Centre targeted rate. And Table 2 outlines anticipated increase in funding that will become available over the next 4 years through this fund. Investment in public art includes two main areas. The first is the Regional Public Art Program, supporting the scoping, development, and delivery of new works of public art. And the second element supports arts collection and asset management functions, which include renewals and maintenance of our existing collection of over 400 regional works. The last activity area, regional funding, refers to the non-contestable funding that supports creative partners, Te Tuhi and Q Theatre, to deliver a high-quality public program of contemporary arts and culture services to the community. You'll remember that the redistribution within the funding envelope for Q Theatre was approved at F&P in February of this year. And Table 4, titled Other Regional Funding Programs on page 6, is for your information only and is included to give you a sense of overall activity. So overall, we're seeing a return to pre-emergency budget levels of support and investment and corresponding levels of activity for the sector and region. We're confident that this is a program that we can deliver within our funding and resourcing. Thank you for your time, and we'd welcome any questions.
Kapai, look, this particular item is straightforward as well, and don't forget with the Q Theatre, it's within existing budgets, and we've had a discussion through that as well. So look, I'm going to open up for any pātai. Councillor Cooper first. And
Thank you, and thanks for the report. It is about Q Theatre, so can somebody just tell me how we're monitoring whether that is value for money for the region in terms of what they're delivering, and how long are we going to keep doing this?
Kia ora, and thank you for your question through the chair. So, as you will perhaps remember from the Finance and Performance Committee meeting earlier this year, and in the report that was provided there, we are taking a phased approach. And so the year that's been was phase 1, and we're now moving into phase 2, where we are supporting Q Theatre to shift their performance and monitor their performance, and continuing to assess options for sustainable service delivery. And so that's through the relationship management that we take, and so we are actively engaged with the leadership team there to do that through metrics and various measures. But in terms of the term of this partnership, it is a long-term partnership. They're one of our key creative partners in the region for performing arts.
Second part of the question, so do we have a time limit on how long we keep funding it in relation to whether it's delivering or not? Because, I mean, they've had a lot of issues. They haven't been sustainable. I mean, they're not sustainable without this funding. So is there a point where we look at it again and say, is this worth our investment? That's what I was asking.
Thank you for the question through the chair. The term that we are currently working through, which was indicated at the Finance and Performance meeting, is that we're working through to June 24 in this next phase, and that will be another moment where we assess the type of relationship or the type of ways that we're working with them, and looking to shift to monitoring the performance less so than supporting. But in terms of the value they bring to the city, I think that's what we're seeing through the measures and metrics that we are working with them on. Thank you.
if no further questions, Pātai, I'm going to then go into comments. Oh, Pātai?
This might be in the category of my lazy web questions, sorry. But as we've got the art team here, kia ora koutou katoa, I just wondered if you could let us know what has happened to the artwork in O'Connell Street that came from this program that has disappeared.
Kia ora, thank you for your question. Through the chair, just to respond on that, so the artwork has been temporarily removed while there's some upgrade work happening on the building that the artwork is attached to. So we foresee that coming back in the near future. I don't quite have the detail on exactly when that is, but I'm happy to come back to you to advise.
Thank you, Chair. And just a little reminder that around we don't have a CBD anymore, so when we're looking at our investment in the city centre, our city centre residents always appreciate the reference being to the city centre. It's kind of a mixture in the report, but just a little, just my kind of, I have to say it as the ward councillor. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, that's noted.
Councillor Walker and then Councillor Fletcher.
Sure, I just wanted to make a comment about Q Theatre in case people were...
Sorry, Councillor Walker, is that, we haven't reached our comments yet.
I thought you had.
No,
Okay.
no, what had happened was Councillor Coombe asked the question while we're still here, but you'll be the first if it's a comment, and so if that's okay with you. Kia ora. Councillor Fletcher, Pātai, and then...
Kia ora. I would like to pose, in light of the question that is a very good question raised by Councillor Cooper, and following on from the Finance Committee deliberations, I think I don't want to see ongoing tension in and around these sorts of issues that perhaps to some speak of inequities across the region. But can you help me understand from a policy sense within the team that you currently have, how one evaluates the need for different types of theatre in the arts and cultural space? For instance, at the time when this council made the decision to invest in the ASB theatre, and because that was going to be done on the waterfront, that had a valuation which showed that it was catering to a different need, a different audience. What current work that is reflected in this regional funding that we're considering today draws on those evaluations of the types of theatre and the types of needs that, you know, Q sits in its 600-seated, you know, whatever it might be, vis-a-vis, you know, an argument that could be posed by Councillor Darby into the future over what might happen to St James, you know, where it might, if we suddenly had a rush of blood to the head and some money, where that might sit. I think it's really important that we're drawing in a policy sense from evidence and data on what is actually required moving forward. Could I ask if that is some body of work that's readily available? I'm sorry, it's not a great question.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I'm just thinking about how we can answer that question. I guess what we're dealing with in this report is historic arrangements that we're putting forward for approval for an additional term. So it's obviously important that we understand the unique conditions around each of the operating entities that we deal with, and the work that we are doing with Q, and we're very much seeing it as a partnership with Q at this stage, is to understand what their unique value is and therefore what that represents in terms of return. So it's really important that we undertake that in any instance with any entity and understanding their unique circumstances.
Mr Chairman, I think it is important that we look at it in a historical context, but we also need to, through this committee, moving forward, you know, doing our own stock take on what we have, what the needs are likely to be for this part of the council, you know, whether it's the civic theatre that we have and the investment that has been made historically, but what its role might be moving forward. I just feel, given the importance of the whole arts and cultural sector, given the importance that it's had in a CCO sense with the merging with Auckland Unlimited, that we must have a better appreciation, just as we are going through the Stadia strategy now. We also need to be able to do that same and apply the same logic to the application of other, you know, other public buildings. And so rather than there being an awkwardness or a tension in terms of wondering how long these things may be going on for, that we can actually have a living document now that informs us rather better of where the audiences are likely to be for these facilities, and in addition to other facilities right across the region. And that was work that was commenced a few years ago when we were looking at community facilities, not just necessarily arts and cultural facilities, but facilities across the region. And it would be interesting to know where, you know, that inventory got to. But perhaps that's something that we could pursue on another occasion.
Yeah, so Councillor Fletcher, I mean, Liz Civil's team is doing Toi Whitiki. Toi Whitiki is our strategy in regards to arts. What she's also looking at is how Q Theatre or the other theatres would fit within that strategy, bearing in mind that Toi Whitiki, the strategy itself, is not only Auckland Council strategy, it's an arts strategy that involves Creative New Zealand.
No, I realise.
Yeah, so that's the work that we're doing currently with the review of Toi Whitiki, is around having a look at our institutions we currently have within Tāmaki Makaurau, not only those that are either funded or owned by Auckland Council, but those like the arts and, the ASB, and everything else. So that work is being done with Liz. So and it's coming back to this committee. I think, Claudia, I stand corrected, in the next either August, September or November. It's coming back around that review. And I know that Claudia and I were just talking, so Liz will end up getting a heads up in regards to the comments you've made and the part-time.
Liz Civil is a very experienced officer, but it will be really important that that report can contain, in the description of the theatres that we have, and as you say, it's irrespective of whether they're owned by council or not. You know, it's about, as we are doing with Stadia at the moment, looking at, what is the best use and what the needs will be going into the future. But she will be well placed to be able to identify where the capacity issues will fit in a strategy moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, we've already had a discussion around the review with Toi Whitiki, and that was one of the comments that we made with Claudia as well, around doing that work, around where they fit, how they fit, and that's work will definitely get done. And I know that Claudia will end up talking to Liz again, reinforcing the conversation we've already had. So thank you. If there's no more, pātai, matua kake.
Kia ora, just interested in these multi-year kind of commitments, and what is our, is it continuing to be a grant or a fund, or is it a service agreement that we're building into for these multi-year commitments? More in the context of how easy is it, or how difficult is it for a new organisation to crack into this club? And so my question is what is the out clause if performance, or if they're not, or our priorities have changed? Is there one?
So just in relation to that, because as you can see, it was the finance and performance that committed this and approved the funds. So I'll take that back to the arts team around the funding, because it was legacy council monies that ended up putting in. This is why we approved it at finance and performance, because it was within the budget.
Through the chair, which is why I haven't made it a specific organisational question. It's the general question of how does one crack into this club, and two, how does one get out of it if their performance or program, or if our priorities change? Are we committed for the 3-year term and so on?
So I'll get the team, as well as when we ended up putting it through, to come back to you with that.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, that never happens, all right? I've asked these questions before, it doesn't come back to me, so. Yeah, well, I've done that undertaking, and I remember one of the items previously, and I got back to you with that because I said that I would get back to you with it. And so I'll do the same here with this particular one, or the pātai that you've asked. I will definitely get back to you around that. So if there's no more, to our ladies, and ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, thank you so much. I'm now going to open it up for comments. Just want to welcome Councillor Darby, and earlier was Councillor Newman. So thank you, ladies. We're just going to get into comments now, and to start us off is Councillor Walker. So thank you so much. Councillor Walker.
I just wanted to speak in support of the Q Theatre. Q Theatre is somewhat unique. It's not just a venue, it's also a company, a performing operation that particularly engages in bringing on new artists, performances, both Pākehā, also iwi. It forms an incredibly important part of the fabric of venues as it goes to spaces for things like the Auckland Festival, for example, and a variety of other things. And locationally, it's very important for this part of town in terms of re-energising the art scene that's necessary around here as compared to Auckland Theatre that's downtown. It was identified in the strategy. There's been a great deal of work and information that councillors have received around the important part that Q Theatre has in the community. And councillors should know that there has been a effectively significant subsidy, I'd almost call it that, by people in the arts community for Q Theatre for some time. That includes people like Jennifer Ward-Leyland, Michael Hurst, and a range of others who have sunk an enormous amount of effort and commitment into that venue, as has Auckland Council. Obviously, at this point in time, there have been issues because of COVID, and that's disappointing, but I'm sure that Q Theatre will re-emerge like a phoenix and be better than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any more kōrero? If not, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Move on to our sports ones, and we're in, without putting touch wood, we're into the last three substantive items. So we're heading into item 17, Regional Sport and Recreational Facilities Operating Grant. So tēnā korua, Mace Rawa called Dave. So look, I'll leave it to you, Dave, and introduce your colleague.
Kia ora koutou,
Sorry, Dave. I will move this item. Have I got a second? Councillor Young. It's on the table now. Sorry, Dave.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dave Stewart, toko ingoa. And I'm here with Mace Ward, General Manager, Park, Sport and Recreation. I'm presenting this item today on behalf of Neil Coventry, who leads the Sport and Rec team, who unfortunately is away sick. So hopefully I can do this as well as he could for you. So a little bit of background into this paper, which is the Regional Sport and Recreation Facilities Operating Grant. So this grant forms a part of a suite of investment that we have within to the sport and recreation sector, and you'll hear more about some of the other ways that we invest into the sector in the subsequent papers. But this sits alongside, I guess, our grants program and our other significant investments, such as providing facilities that enable people to participate within active recreation and sport across Auckland. This is the first time we've brought you recommendations under this specific grants program. This was formerly the Community Access Scheme, and we reshaped this through a resolution from this committee late last year to turn it from a program that invested into a number of facilities around Auckland to enable them to open up their doors to greater levels of community access into a contestable scheme. So it opened the doors a little bit further to more organisations, more facilities to apply to be able to, I guess, receive investment to be able to support their ongoing operations and be able to provide services to their community. So principally, as a regional fund, this fund supports sub-regional and regional facilities. So it's less about the small local community facilities, but ones that serve a greater catchment. So getting into the detail a little bit around this particular fund, like our full suite of investments into the sport and recreation sector, it supports outcomes under the Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan. This, through the contestable process that we ran, we received 20 applications completed. Of those 20 applications, 14 of the organisations were eligible for investment. So there was $1.6 million worth of investment sought, with a budget available of $1.06 million available. We're recommending investment into 12 organisations through the fund at this time. So there was an assessment panel that was created to be able to look at these various applications that we had. So it was made out of sector experts from Council, but also from Sport New Zealand, Active and CLM Community Sport, to be able to assess these various applications we had to support facility operations. The criteria for investment was largely guided by the Council Sport Investment Plan. So that's our policy guidance that we adopted a couple of years ago, which helps shape how we invest into the sport and recreation sector. Principally within that, equity receives the strongest focus, around 40% of that weighting within the assessment criteria. Additionally, for this particular investment scheme, we had an additional criteria around organisational capability. And that's because we're talking about facility operations here. So things around facility management plans, asset management plans are really important to make sure that our investment here is sustainable and is going to be delivering for Aucklanders in the long term. So I'll walk you through the investment recommendations really quickly. I won't go into each of them individually, but you'll note a couple of things here. One is that with a number of these investment streams, we recommend a slight decrease in investment through the 3-year period that we're recommending investment for. This is in order to be able to create $100,000 at the end of in the final year of this fund as a surplus, and that's to be able to respond to any emerging needs that might happen through the time period. Sometimes with these facilities that they have urgent maintenance requirements or something like that come up. We wanted to be able to reserve a small amount of the funding out of the over $1 million to be able to respond to any emerging needs. I would also just like to draw your attention to one line item in particular around Te Puru Charitable Trust. So that's probably the biggest change that we have from the former Community Access Scheme into this new program. So they've moved from $325,000 worth of investment that they had under Community Access Scheme to $200,000. And that's a really significant shift. However, balancing the equity around this investment and our desire to spread the investment across the number of new and meritorious applications that we had this time round, it was seen that we needed to sort of recalibrate that investment. But you'll note that it drops into the final year, and that's to allow them, I guess, some time to be able to build a bit of a transitional plan into a new sort of level of investment. So this is the remainder of the investment recommendations on slide 2 that I've just brought up. And you'll note that there's a couple of organisations down the bottom that are partially aligned that we haven't recommended investment into at this stage. They potentially don't quite achieve the same level of outcome as some of the other facilities and are probably less regional in benefit. So they haven't been recommended for investment at this time, given the difficult decisions that our team needed to make through the analysis of this funding and the fact that it was oversubscribed. So I can take any questions on this funding program from you now.
Tēnā koe, Dave. Councillor Henderson, Newman and Walker.
Two quick ones, and forgive maybe the naivety of these questions. I'm just trying to figure it all out. So is this eligible for all areas in Auckland?
That's correct. All areas of Auckland are eligible under the scheme.
Okay, look, I don't want to diminish the work of the groups at all, so the question doesn't reflect on them at all. I'm not questioning them. I'm just a bit confused about, is this a regional fund? Like, do these groups provide regional benefit rather than local benefits?
Correct. So these are some of the more significant facilities that we have across the region that are delivered by non-council groups. So the scale of them probably isn't as regional as some of our facilities that we operate ourselves, or we operate through, say, Auckland Unlimited, but they are some of the more significant community-led facilities that we have across the region, hence mentioning sub-regional benefit as well earlier, which is probably a slightly smaller increment to the full region.
Okay, sorry, just one last supplementary, thanks, Chair. Thank you. So the mechanics of this probably won't work from a ward council perspective, but I just wanted to ask your opinion on it. A lot of us have been on local boards and we had community grants, and those grants had both the approved ones by staff but also the ones that were declined. Do we get to know who's applied and not met the criteria?
Kia ora, and thanks for the question. Through the chair, so the organisations that met the eligibility are listed there as the ones that are partially aligned but haven't been requested, haven't been recommended for investment. The ones that were outside of the scope, so weren't eligible under the auspices of the fund that we created through this committee late last year, we haven't listed because they weren't eligible.
Yeah, and just a comment to that, that's why I ended up going through the committee in regards to the changing of the monies that used to go straight to the organisations, and then we decided to end up saying, no, let's have an application process. I think one of the questions before I go to Councillor Newman is who looks at these applications and assesses them, whether they fit the criteria?
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as we mentioned earlier, there was a panel that we put together from council staff as well as representation from external sector experts. So, from Sport New Zealand, Active and CLM Community Sport were all represented on that panel. And I will add as well, there was also the opportunity for a drop-in session on this topic on the 28th of June, where we could have gone through that, but we can certainly take you through the full scope of the organisations that were applied that were outside of the eligibility, if you would like, after the meeting.
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Newman.
Well, Chair, I actually didn't have a question. I was just going to say I'm happy to move this, but I'll come up with a question for you. Not for you, but for the officers. Through you, Chair. My understanding is that Te Puru Community Charitable Trust is an exempt CCO, is that correct?
Correct. So Te Puru is a CO council organisation.
A CO or a CCO exempt? I mean, look, it's the one organisation in this list, and this dates back to a legacy arrangement where a lot of cash has been going to that particular trust for a long time, but it's a little bit different from the other organisations in that particular list. I'm wanting to know, I mean, and finally we're starting to see the transition of funding, which is mandated by the change in the criteria for this fund. Where are they heading to ensure that they are not going to be very significantly reliant on this fund, because they have drawn down heavily on this for a long, long time, and we haven't seen any movement until now. For an organisation that is my understanding is that they're a CCO exempted. So can you comment?
I think it's really, Mr. Chairman, just to confirm to Councillor Newman, they are a CCO, but they have an exemption status in terms of that. I think I'll let, and in terms of your other question, we're working actively with Te Puru Trust to make sure they transition and continue to provide those community services for sport and recreation that they already do. As in terms of their organisational capability, they have a healthy balance sheet and certainly able, that's been growing over time, so they can, on all accounts, continue to deliver the service with reduced investment, but we'll be working proactively with them.
And they have become aware of the fact that this is a changing landscape now for them in terms of this funding. They're aware of this.
Kia ora, and through the chair, yes. So we've communicated to all organisations that were funded through the Community Access Scheme about the change that we were going through with the move to the operating grant and the contestable process that we had around it. So it was indicated to all organisations that as a contestable process it would be I guess, reviewed against the criteria, and we would need to make allocations based on that. This is obviously subject to this committee's decision around allocation, so we haven't got into the detail around how much each organisation may or may not receive, but we have signposted the changes that we were going through there.
Councillor Walker.
I've got a couple of questions. I have a question around the Hyundai Marine Centre. That's an outstanding centre. It's my question is around the exclusion, because my understanding is that it's a regional facility for yachting in Auckland, and that role is expanding. So could you enlighten me a little more around the reason for the decline, given the programs they run?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So it is a fantastic centre down at the landing at Okahu Bay, and it's one that does serve a very good purpose. In terms of it's a relatively new facility, and council has granted significantly into the capital development of that facility as well. So there is a significant contribution that has been made through regional investment to be able to support the, I guess, development of that facility. In terms of its benefit, it forms part of a precinct at the landing there, which does form a sub-regional benefit. It probably wasn't as strongly weighted by the panel who did the analysis because of a number of things, such as the relatively affluent community that it was in, around the social equity of it, of the provision that it provides. It probably doesn't provide the same level of catchment as some of the other facilities do. So there's a number of pieces of I guess, information that the team have taken into account when doing the analysis here. It doesn't mean that it's not a really great facility that forms a good benefit for that community. However, when we have limited budgets available, sometimes the recommendations take into account some of the difficult decisions to make.
So I've got that. The other question I've got is around an earlier item that didn't receive funding, and that's the wasp hanger out at Hobson Falls, which certainly is in a high growth area, very low level of provision for indoor recreation, sub-regional. Is it conceivable that if that development was re-energised, Kaingaora, for example, might bring something about, that we could contemplate some investment there?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question. It's an interesting one because that facility isn't developed as yet, and so there would be a number of things that would need to be taken into account, such as the operating model and I guess the service benefit that it provided the local communities. If all the elements around that facility lined up, it could be eligible for investment. However, there's a number of things that would need to occur before then, such as the significant investment around developing it, securing the facility in the first place, and securing what the operating model is, because these investments are specifically for non-council operated facilities.
Councillor Dalton.
My question was the same as Councillor Henderson's, but I'd like to comment when time comes. Thank you.
Ka pai. Matua kake.
Kia ora. My question is similar to Councillor Henderson's actually, in terms of just help me understand the process here. So I'm generally in support of the recommendation, don't get me wrong. But I just want to understand in terms of the context of the report and how you've commented on Māori impact statements. On one hand, you're saying, there's priority or stronger weighting towards projects that are Māori-led and so on. What can demonstrate strong collaboration with Māori? First question is on this assessment panel that you have, an internal assessment panel, do you have Māori representation on that? First question. Second question is, these organisations, you say one of the criteria is that they have their effective management, organisation, or the effectiveness of their management, I suppose, is part of the criteria. How many of them are Māori organisations that we're about to approve? And by Māori organisations, they have a majority of Māori representatives on the organisations. This comes back to Councillor Dalton's Māori outcomes portfolio. We're never going to achieve that unless we're in those positions.
Kia ora, and thanks for the questions. They're very good questions. In regard to the panel, I wasn't on the panel myself, and I don't believe there was Māori representation. So, yeah, I can't definitively say that, but I don't believe any of the panel members were Māori. In regard to your second point around, I guess, how we work with Māori and to be able to support Māori organisations in terms of this investment. One of the challenges we had with this time round was it's a new fund, newly contestable, and we were somewhat reliant on the applications that we had through into this funding source. So I can't say that any of the organisations are Māori organisations. However, it does demonstrate a gap in terms of how we're working with the community to make sure that we're getting those investments from the right organisations coming through to be able to support them with greater levels of investment and be able to support the outcomes that they deliver for our community.
So subsequent question through the chair. So does this lock us in for 3 years based on that?
I think based on the recommendations, it does. Yeah.
Sure, through the chair. I did note earlier that there's also a small amount of funding that we have left unallocated in year 3 to be able to respond to emerging needs. I understand that that's not a lot and not significant in the scheme of things. So I note that
on the basis of that, through the chair, we should stop talking about equity.
Yeah, kapai with that, in regards to the comment. However, at least at some stage, if there needs to be a discussion in regards to the pātai that you've given in the comment, matua kake, that needs to be done again through this committee in regards to what we've got currently around the Council Sport Investment Plan criteria. So look, that's where the corridor needs to happen. If it is around that, and you've already had that over here with 40%, 30, 20 and 10 for equity, outcome focused, financially sustainability and accountability. So we need to end up having a corridor around that here, if that is identified as an issue. Mace, I'll go to you, and then last part I will be Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, just to acknowledge Member Kake's pātai or comment. A lot of what we're assessing, not necessarily whether Māori owned and operated, but what the impact is of those entities and communities where there are high proportions of Māori, particularly rangatahi and tamariki, young women and girls as well. But that's the criteria that's in the Sport Investment Plan, not necessarily whether they're operated by Māori. But thanks, good question.
Kia ora. I recall a lot of discussion around the decision about doing multi-year funding because of the certainty that it provided organisations. And it's in that context I want to ask a question relating to Woodhill. It was Councillor then Webster who I think was quite involved in the Woodhill proposal at the very beginning. But I'm just curious that their funding request was considerably more than what you are recommending to us. Are you confident in light of, issues and that is going to be, in terms of the viability that we're looking for and sustainability of organisations, are you comfortable that the funding that you're recommending there is going to be sufficient to enable them to fulfil the
the requirements that council had at the beginning of that partnership.
Kia ora, and through the chair, thank you for the question. So the investment isn't at the level they requested, and this is where some of these trade-offs unfortunately need to be made around the level of investment that we can offer as alongside what the organisation might request or even need. So there has been some balancing in there in saying that Whittle Sands does deliver a really great outcome in terms of equestrian, and it is one of the very few facilities that we have that serve the equestrian community there. So it's an important facility that forms that regional outcome. In terms of is it going to be enough? Potentially it's not going to be enough for what they need. However, this is the available funding we have, and so we do need to make some of those trade-offs. In saying that, this is new investment into them as an organisation, and so in some ways something hopefully is better than nothing for them.
To what degree do you find these sorts of sums, and not just relating to Woodhill, enable other funders to come on board? Because that was the argument that underpinned making multi-year investments, that it helped bring on board other partners.
Kia ora, and through the chair again, certainly that is a really valuable part of council investment into these organisations. Council's often seen as, if you like, a cornerstone investor, and that applies both at the facility development side, the capital side of the equation, but it also is seen as an important part of how we provide operating grants, and so I think that is a really important point that you raise, and it helps them demonstrate some investment going forward that gives other funders confidence that they can co-invest into something that's going to be a sustainable and viable organisation as well.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for indulging those questions. I don't need to speak, but I really do want to congratulate the officers on this occasion, because I know how difficult these are, and while there may be frustrations in and around the table here, we are working on policies that are evolving and existing policies, and I think that the officers have done a magnificent job within the policies that we have of trying to share these funds equitably. So I would really like to acknowledge them.
Ngā mihi. So there's no more pātai. I got nobody has indicated, so tēnā korua to you both, and I'm going to open it for comments. Councillor Walker, you're the first in regards to this, I think. Did you want to comment? If not, you don't have to, if I got it wrong. So I'm just going to open your comments. I know Councillor Dalton, you had comments, and so I'll go to you, and then. Yeah.
Thank you. Chair, I remember the workshop that we had on this, and I think I was the only one that voted against it, because how I felt was we had organisations that had been relying on a certain amount of funding for many years. Most of them were legacy. Te Pura is one of them. And what we were going to do is reset our policy and make it a contestable fund, which then would leave organisations like Te Pura a bit more vulnerable, as it has, moving from 325 to 200, because that's the bucket of money that we have. My question was going to be the same as Councillor Henderson, because I'm not convinced these are regional organisations. My recommendation at the time was that that money went to the relevant local board, and that those organisations were supported to transition out over 3 years, because I hold a view on how many grants this council should be giving out anyway. And so I'm sure I won't be disruptive to this item getting through quite safely, but that is the view. I'm not objecting to the organisations getting funding to support their operational costs, but I do continue to object to how we made this, within a year, a contestable fund,
and a significant difference, actually, to some of the organisations who are losing the money they've been relying on for so long, and that we could have done it a better way, in my view. So really just restating what I said in the workshop. It's not the investment in good organisations. All of the organisations are good. Don't believe they're regional. Don't believe that we necessarily should be in this game. The money could have gone through to the local boards to help transition their local organisations into another method of funding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kapai. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to briefly agree with Councillor Dalton completely. I think she makes fantastic points. The answer for me, personally, is not to vote against something like this, because I'm glad that these groups are being supported. That's a good thing that we're doing. But my concern, and I'd like us to sort of think about it, is I'm familiar with local boards, and I know that local boards give grants to sports clubs and to groups like this that are sub-regional. So I'm not seeing a difference between this fund and the local boards that fund very similar things. So it seems like there are some, and I'm not criticising the groups. Groups are fantastic, don't get me wrong. But there are some groups here that are being sectioned away for regional funding, some groups that have to battle with local board funds that are very tight, and I'm not seeing a difference between why those two groups are treated differently. So I'll be supporting it, but I'm interested to see what can be done about this.
Look, I totally agree with the comments, and Councillor Dalton. I remember the conversation, because when this item was actually brought to our PACE committee team, one of the issues that we ended up having was what happens to the groups that have been supported by the regional fund. So for me, the most important thing was go to a workshop to put it in front of everybody, and let's have a look at it. As a result, we've ended up, obviously, with the criteria that we've got. So as I said earlier, that's another conversation, especially in regards to Matuakake, what he has mentioned as well. But that's a conversation that we will have if there's enough political will around this committee. We will have another kōrero talanoa around this. So totally agree. I'm going to put the recommendation. Sorry, Councillor Walker, before I thought you had blessed us with no comment, but I'll leave it to you, and then I'll put the recommendation.
I did say that I was likely to make a comment later, and I am now, and that is just to support this regional fund. There are organisations, and there are a number here, that are regional in nature, that don't fit comfortably with a funding box from local boards, like the Woodhill Sands Equestrian Facility, for example, East City Community Trust, and so on. So I just want to support this regional fund as much and all as I also support funding through local boards. They both have a part, and there will always be, if you look at a Venn diagram, intersections. There's no way we can avoid that between the local and the regional. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We'll move on to our next item, item 18. So we've got our team to come through, and that's the allocation of the Regional Sport and Recreational Grants Program. I will move to put it on the table, not unless somebody else wants to move this, and I'm going to seek a seconder. Yep, Councillor Fletcher will second. So it's put on the table for discussion. Tēnā kōrua, and I think, Dave, are you leading, or would that be Geraldine?
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sitting here with Geraldine Wilson, who's our Sport and Recreation Investment Advisor, who has done a lot of the heavy lifting on this great piece of work. However, I'll be presenting it for you today. So, as in the last paper, this investment represents another part of our investment into the sport and recreation sector, and again, it's in order to be able to support and deliver outcomes under the Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan. So this particular investment program supports regional programming. So this is where we support direct delivery, I guess, of different programs to be able to reach our communities. So the outcomes that this particular program is seeking to achieve are around affordable and accessible opportunities for participation in informal sport and recreation, diverse communities enjoying healthy and active lifestyles, Maori participation in sport and recreation being increased, and participants being able to enjoy a wide range of physical activities and enable increased equity of access for our different communities to different programs and opportunities. So just a little bit of background. So this fund has $508,000 available per annum, and in the past we've sort of had various levels of application come through. So the last couple of years we had 995 going up to 1.5 million, just under. This year we had $1.2 million worth of investment being sought from 22 organisations, 22 applications, I should say. We're recommending 11 today. So a little bit about the process that we've gone through in order to be able to make some recommendations for you today. So we assessed eligibility under the community grants policy. So made sure that the organisations were aligning to, I guess, the purpose by which we make grants to our community, and also looked at them against those outcome areas through an assessment panel and a outcome measurement tool that we developed a few years back to be able to provide greater levels of accountability and link through from the activity right through to the outcome areas that we're trying to achieve here. So we're here seeking to make a decision today around the allocation of these funds to these programs. And then following on from this, the team will sit down with the successful organisations to develop funding agreements and robust KPIs against the programming to make sure that they're delivering accountability for the investment that they receive. So the organisations that we're recommending for investment today, I won't run you through them, but I will point out one significant one there, and you'll note that it's the anomaly in terms of the largest investment that we recommend, which is John Walker Find Your Field of Dreams. FIFOD, as they're known, deliver some really great outcomes for their community, and in particular around their community swim program. It provides really extraordinary outcomes for the young people in the Legacy Manukau area, and deliver really quality experiences, making sure that our young people are learning how to swim and be safe in the water. So that's a program, and you'll note that we're recommending investment for 3 years here. It's the only line that we're recommending 3-year investment for, and that's because the significant track record that this organisation has with us, the significant contribution they've made to outcomes, and the fact that, as we've spoken about in the previous item, that 3-year investment allows for organisations to be able to, I guess, leverage that, have that for ongoing planning, and work with other funders to be able to hold that up as core investment from council and be able to seek other support from other funding organisations to be able to support their ongoing mahi. So those are the organisations that were the most strongly aligned, and hence the applications that we were supporting for investment. But I did want to show you the organisations that were partially aligned, so the ones that were still good programs, and some of these programs are ones that we've supported in the past through this investment program. So it's not to say that these aren't still great initiatives, but again, with a limited pool of investment of $508,000, sometimes those difficult decisions need to be made. So these are the organisations that were still eligible, but unfortunately this time we've had to, in terms of our recommendations, make some tough calls about how much we should invest. So happy to take any questions from you now. Gerard.
Tēnā koe, Dave and Geraldine, anything from you? So I'll Apologies, I'll go to Councillor Cooper and then Newman.
Thank you, Dave. Just around the FIFOD, one is you've got Throw for Gold South and West, and I know there was a sort of a bit of Throw for Gold in the West, but I haven't heard anything going on lately. So have you got any way of checking that Throw for Gold is actually happening in the West? Because I was a partial funder of that and I not heard a wink out of it. So I just want to make sure that's real. And then I've got another question. Because I know the coach has since passed away a few years ago.
Kia ora, and through the chair, I've just had a really quick chat with Geraldine. She understands that it happens at Trust Stadium, that program, but we can certainly go away and check.
It'd be good to know the numbers, because
Yeah.
if it's just a little, you know, it's not much, it's really can't be said as regional. And the other one is just around with the GARP swimming, like 40,000 for the whole rest of the region and quite a lot for South, even though we've got high Māori and Pacific and high deprivations in Henderson, Massey, as we know. How are we meeting the swimming lesson need in those areas, people who can't afford, like for example, you know, in other areas they can take their kids to swimming lessons?
Kia ora, through the chair. So yeah, you're right. The Greater Auckland Aquatic Action Plan, commonly known as GAP, also provides a really good service in terms of being able to provide that water skills for life experience for our young people and make sure that we're helping our young people learn to be safe in the water. In terms of the scale of investment, yeah, it is smaller than the recommended investment for FIFOD. That program leverages a significant amount of external investment that helps support that program. So the total cost of it is more circa $800,000, and we're supporting. We're recommending supporting 40,000 into that. So yes, it's a small piece of a very big puzzle. I guess see this as a contribution to be able to support what we see as a really meritorious program. But again, this is where some of those trade-offs sometimes need to be made.
I guess I just want to support, oh, it's not a question, but then I won't speak. What Councillor Dalton was saying about regional, some of these are a little bit not quite regional for me, but just...
Yeah, sweet. So Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. Yes, on this, the active GAP funding, this is what it says on their website. Active coordinates water skills for life funding for low decile schools 1 to 6 and kura and years 3 to 6 students in partnership with our community funding deliverers, CLM Community Sport, that's South Harbour Sport, Sport Auckland and Sport Waitakere. Interestingly, the support that used to be for FIFOD was around about 220,000. Now it's down to 180,000. I assume that the 40,000 has gone into active. The overheads for FIFOD are still lower. Has there been any discussion with FIFOD about extending the service contract so they go wider than the areas that they're currently delivering to? Because I'm really unclear as to whether the active program actually is necessarily better value for money than the FIFOD program would be if it was delivered over a wider catchment. That's the first question.
Tēnā koe, and thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So there have been a number of conversations through the years about what the best way of delivering water skills for life outcomes across the region are. At the moment, there's an agreement that FIFOD will operate within the area that they cover, and the GAP program will cover the remainder of the region. As to whether
between who? Sorry, agreement between who?
There's been an agreement between FIFOD and Active as the organisation that has oversight of the GAP program.
We're a part funder here. Have we ever considered whether it would be meritorious for us to basically consolidate with 5FOD for them to go wider. I note that because we've got a 3-year funding program for 5FOD and a 1-year funding program for GAP. Presumably we do make that distinction because we see a real benefit in 5FOD's program. Why not extend that program out to cover all of Auckland and scale them up?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly have conversations with our various community delivery partners around how they deliver, I guess, these sort of outcomes. There's a piece of work underway around the development of an Auckland water safety strategy at the moment. So that's still at its relatively early stages at the moment. But this is a partnership between a number of partners to be able to develop that, and we'll engage the broader water safety sector in terms of how that's delivered. But that includes principally Water Safety New Zealand, Drowning Prevention Auckland, Auckland Council, in terms of the development of that strategy. Hopefully that will also provide us some guidance from a strategic level around how services are delivered across the region. But certainly I think there is opportunity to have a conversation with our various partners about making sure that we have our balance right. Certainly both programs are still excellent programs. They're slightly different. The 5FOD program provides transport to the pools to be able to enable that participation through the provision of buses fundamentally. The GAP program doesn't provide that. There's various, I guess, variants in terms of how those programs are delivered, but certainly I think both are meritorious, but I haven't done a comparison side by side of the services they deliver and the relative costs involved.
Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Henderson maybe, and Councillor Watson.
I just want to support the comments that Councillor Newman was making. I had a question, a couple of questions. The organisations that identify themselves as Auckland, and I'm looking, for example, at Auckland Table Tennis, Auckland Basketball, are they covering the whole of Auckland? Can I make that assumption so that the table tennis provision is for table tennis tables across all of Auckland?
Through the chair, probably not the whole of Auckland, but a large proportion of Auckland. It depends on how much funding they get and how they can deliver, but definitely multi-local board delivery with the majority of the applicants.
And through the chair as well, just to add to that, for example, Auckland Basketball Services Limited, whilst it says Auckland, it has a mandate across counties Manukau, Auckland, the former Auckland City basketball area, as well as the Western Auckland, the Waitakere area. What it doesn't have under Auckland Basketball Services Limited is the North Shore area. So there's some of these organisations have a strong regional focus, but not necessarily the entirety of the region because of the internal relationships between regional sports organisations.
Okay, so I understand that. I just make the recommendation, Mr. Chair, that maybe in the future there could just be an explanatory note as to whether Auckland is all of Auckland or part of Auckland, so that a member of the public reading this can understand that. The other question I've got, given that there are a number of applications that are only that are not recommended for investment. It goes like this. I'm making the assumption that a number of these other applications have got real merit, but the issue is lack of funds on our part. So as a consequence of this, are you going to be bringing a report to us at a later point that might be recommending an increase in the funding around the need to provide more? It might get voted down, there might not be the money, but unless we actually have that feedback, we're not going to know. I don't know, for example, around what the case is for golf. I don't even know what Kiwi ball is, excuse my ignorance. I'm sure it's got something to do with Kiwis, but they're not live ones. Yeah, it'd be great.
So David, I think the second to last question around Auckland and the distinction in regards to the area covers is taken on board. The second one, I think we have an opportunity, whether it be you or any others, around the annual plan. And if there's going to be any ask for extra budget, that needs, you're right, it needs to be put to us. But I think working with our officers in regards to an increase in the budget, that'll be, for me anyway, left around the annual budget that we're going to end up having discussions about very soon.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I understand that. But the information that informs the budgetary process should be a report back to us so that we've actually got something to work on. Otherwise, it just disappears into the ether. So I'm simply suggesting that there is an opportunity for some report back to us around
Yeah, I would hope
this issue.
Yeah, I would hope the discussion, because the example I give is the Regional Events Fund. We ended up, myself and Councillor Casey and the rest, we ended up putting a bid in at the annual plan around it. I just think that's the better option for us if we believe that it needs to be increased, because we've seen how many applications and what they total. So I'll leave it there, but that discussion is going to be with our staff. Councillor Watson.
It's a question on the field of dreams, but it could just as easily be on any number of the other ones. So when we assess everything here, it used to be in our smaller committee, we sometimes got a little bit more of a sense of what these organisations were about. We don't do that now for reasons of the scale of the committees. But for instance, in the field of dreams, the water programs there, and I'm thinking of the community swim program, how many lessons does each child have? Because there's, on the face of it, there's some pretty impressive statistics here about the number of lessons, but I guess, how many lessons do they have, and can the kids swim at the end of it?
Sure, through the chair. So each child receives 8 to 10 lessons or experiences within the water. The primary purpose of the program is not so much to learn to swim, but it's to be safe in the water. So it's survival skills first and foremost. But the learning to swim is a part of it. So, I do take your point that learning to swim is a very important part of that story. The research actually indicates that learning how to float and things like that are much stronger indicators of survival in a dangerous situation than so much to be able to being a strong swimmer itself. But so that there's swimming lessons as well as components such as the element at the Wirral Centre, where children experience the fast-moving water. So it's some of those sort of experiences that better replicate some of the environments that kids find themselves in our wonderful communities and natural environments around our coastlines and waterways. So helping them be able to experience those sort of environments and be able to be safe in the water.
Thank you, and that's a very good answer. I guess, and as I said, I don't want to be just zeroing in on this one, but just often, and having had some experience with schools before and going to facilities to do certain things, sometimes the statistics can appear, quite impressive, but actually look at what comes out the end of it, it's maybe not quite as impressive as it seems. So I guess just in any of these grants, and you've obviously got quite a good knowledge there, Dave, in terms of what happens here, I just wonder how we assess the kind of legitimacy of claims from any of them at the end of it. Otherwise, we could just be flying a bit blind. Certainly we are, but obviously you guys at the forefront puts a little due diligence into assessing what the outcomes that we're told are at the end.
Kia, and the accountability around our investment and the outcome that it creates is a really important part of how we think about our accountabilities and how we structure our agreements here. A few years back, we piloted and have held on to an outcome measurement tool for these sort of investment programs here, which starts to look at what the logic model is through from the outcome, which in this case is being safe in the water and reduction of drowning, through to the activities that occur. So making sure that there's a robust model thinking about what we're funding here and what its contribution is to the end outcome. So we ask our applicants to go through that process and be able to demonstrate that the activity that they're asking us for support for has a strong correlation to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve that link back into the high-level outcomes that we discussed earlier. Secondly, Geraldine in particular goes out to a lot of these programs and visits them in practice to be able to watch what actually happens on the ground to make sure that there's an additional layer of accountability beyond the reporting that we receive as well, to make sure that we've got a bit of rigour in there.
Yeah, thanks for that, John, because when Dave mentioned survival, I remember when I was 8 up north, and the only way I survived was my uncle thought the best way to make me swim was to throw me in the sea, and I nearly drowned. So survival is very, very good thing. I'm a floater. So Councillor Henderson to float on.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Henderson.
Hey, look, this might be going to a level of detail, but I'll ask my question. Thank you, I won't be floating. Bikes and Schools project. So do they have a relationship with Auckland Transport? It seems that Auckland Transport do a lot of programs that are fairly well funded, and we're putting in something fairly tiny into this situation. Tell me more.
Through the chair, they do have a strong relationship with Auckland Transport, and they do probably deliver the programming, but this particular application is for part funding a role of a person that goes to schools and helps the schools apply for further funding and organise the track building and the equipment that's required.
Part-time again, yeah.
It is around this because we're basically funding a fundraiser, is that right? For the school, because I think I know this has been going on in our community. It's been an interesting process and not that great, but if it's the same person, but I'm just not sure. So that's why basically the person's just a fundraiser, right? They just write applications for funding, which you'd think often schools have anyway. Do you know a bit more about it?
Kia ora, and through the chair. So yes, this particular funding here is tagged to salary, which is one of the things that the guidelines around this particular fund is that it covers staff costs, which a number of these do. So yes, that is an important part of the role that they have, in particular around, I guess, our higher deprivation communities, making sure that they're, I guess, being able to receive some of their funding to be able to deliver the Bikes and Schools program.
Kia ora. There's no part-time further, so Councillor Newman, I think you're the only one at this stage, and unless anybody else, please, we can get you down. So Councillor Newman's okay. Any other comments? Thank you, tēnā korua. Geraldine, I don't envy your job as the investment advisor. But look, thank you so much. So look, if there's no further comments. Yeah, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Carried. Okay, look, I know there were a number of councillors that had to leave, and that's no problems at all. So we've got this last particular item, and that's 19, at least substantive. So again, tēnā korua, Dave, rawa ko Mace. So look, what we've done, and it's just for as you know, we had the workshop. I'm going to move this. Do I have a second? Councillor Fletcher. Oh, sorry, my bad. I should have keep on looking. Sorry. Oh, I thought you wanted to. Okay. Yeah. So the option, and again, I'll wait to see if Councillor Fletcher is willing to be second, is actually option number 4 that we've got up there, because option 1. So I'm getting hold on. Okay. Option 1 is the one that we've got. And I just want to give you some background because it's a chair's recommendation that came through. The reason and it's the modification of option 1 that came to the workshop last Wednesday, last week, whenever it was. So what had happened was I ended up getting calls around the options that were put at the workshop. Option 3 was the one where the money was going to go to active, and all the money, the whole 552. So I ended up contacting RSTs, and I ended up suggesting as a compromise that 40,000 of the 76 goes to active in regards to delivering regional outcomes. As you recall in the workshop, option 1 was basically status quo with the addition of the review year. They had local and regional outcomes being achieved. Option 2 and 3 only had local outcomes. So I ended up contacting the 4 RSTs. That call, my last one was to the one of the CEOs. I've contacted the whole 4 CEOs. They are supportive of Active getting $40,000 to at least deliver on some of the regional outcomes. Those regional outcomes are outlined in the agenda. I also contacted Active CEO, and Jenna ended up obviously not happy with the 40,000. But I said to her was either that, option 3 I felt after the workshop was going to be supported. And I said to her was either 40,000 or you get nothing. She then said, look, okay, that's fine. And I said, the review year, what will happen is that if there's going to be any justification of any increase of that 40,000, the ability in that review year will be up to her to justify any increase to us as the committee. So we ended up coming to that compromise. I've tried to get in contact the majority of our committee in regards to this. To those I didn't, my humble apologies. And so I am putting this up as a compromise where we do achieve regional outcomes. As you can see, B has been put in there from our staff to end up saying that they will work with Active around those outcomes that can be achieved. So look, that's what I put through for us. I think it is a compromise. The 4 RSTs are on board, and I'm really asking for your support in regards to this. So look, I'm going to, I will move the recommendations. Councillor Fletcher, you still second?
Yes, and in seconding this, I realise that it has been controversial, to say the least. I know that you've endeavoured to find equity in this situation. I do think this highlights, and while in the scheme of the debates that we have, this is not such a significant sum of money that we should spend as many hours on it as we do. I think what it highlights for me is the need for us to spend a bit more time
in the policy development area and taking our governance responsibilities a little bit more seriously in order that we can give clarity to our officers as to what our intentions are. I, for one, don't want the relationship with Active to be one about the individual personalities of the people involved. I would like to think that we can have a much more professional approach to things, but I do acknowledge, and once I confirmed with you that I don't have a conflict on this issue, and I'm mindful of that, I know that you have actually endeavoured to play Solomon on this occasion, and as such, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Glitchup. So, Dave, it's now been put on the table for discussion from yourself and or Mace. So I'll leave that to you and then I will open it up. I've got questions already from Councillor Newman at the moment and Councillor Walker. Tēnā koe, Dave.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for I guess the opportunity to speak to this paper. So the presentation that I provide today is on the basis of the recommendations that I provided within the report. So as slightly different to the Chair's recommendation that you have put up, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just note that from the start. So a little bit of background here, and again, probably quite similar to the last two papers in terms of some of the points that I'm going to bring up. So just bear with me for a moment here. But the investment into regional sports trusts is part of our investment into outcomes under the Auckland Sport and Recreation Strategic Action Plan. So as you may know, the ASARSAP, as we call it, is an important strategic document that helps inform outcomes under the Auckland Plan, and indeed it links into that plan under belonging and participation. So ASARSAP is a sector document, and we work to achieve the outcomes across the broader sport and recreation sector within this plan. So it's not just a council document, but it's one that we share with our partners, such as Sport New Zealand and Active. So the regional sports trusts in general form a really important part of how we do things within the sport and recreation sector. So their role in sort of the modern system is around the development of the sector itself, the sector build, if you like, and supporting capability in particular. So that's sort of the role that they form, and this is where this fits into this portfolio of investment that I've been talking to you about today. So in October last year, and the review was finished in February, there was a review undertaken by the North Harbour Sports Council that identified, I guess, some of the challenges that we face within the sport and recreation sector, and there are a number of recommendations that came forward as part of that review, and we had a workshop of this committee where we heard from the author of that report earlier this year. So this recommendation that we've provided today takes into account a number of the elements that came through into that review of the sports sector, and balances some of the challenges that we've had. So I guess putting some additional accountabilities around the money that we're seeking to invest today, alongside wanting to continue the ongoing development of the sector and move forward positively in terms of our investments. So the three options that we have provided, noting the change that has been recommended through the Chair. The first was investing $552,000 into the group, with Active being the recipient of that, and then them being required to distribute $476,000 of that investment into their community delivery partners, namely Harbour Sport, Sport Waitakere, Sport Auckland, and CLM Community Sport. The intent of that is $76,000 of that investment was retained for them to deliver regional outcomes and their regional work programs, and that's the subject of the Chair's recommendation around the level of investment there. Option 2 was a process that did not include Active and involved a expression of interest with the 4 regional partners, in which we would go to them and ask for them to put an application to us for what they could do with the $552,000, and then we would have come back to this committee for an allocation decision in the November meeting
around how we would invest into those 4 organisations. And the final option was option 3, around investing $552,000 through Active as per option 1. However, the requirement there would have been Active retain none of that investment. They distributed it all to their community partners for them to be delivering in alignment with ASARSAP and within the strategies that they have around the community delivery. However, the downside of that was that no regional outcomes, no regional work programs would have been achieved under that option. Consistent across all 3 of these options is the fact that they were for a single 1-year review period, whilst we work to normalise some of the challenges that we're facing within the sector and make sure that we can invest into confidence into our communities through these organisations in terms of their work around sector development and capability in particular. And the second part of it was making sure that we developed really strong and robust KPIs fundamentally around this investment, making sure that we were holding our investment partners, I guess, accountable for delivery under their council investment. So this slide was a quick visual analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of each of the investment options. The option 1 obviously was the preferred option under staff advice here, because it developed the strongest, I guess, strategic alignment delivery of ASARSAP and had both regional and local outcomes. Correct. So it is slightly different to the recommendation from the chair, because the recommendation from the chair has $36,000 less investment into those regional outcomes. The options 2 and 3, I won't go through it in detail, but option 2 required, I guess, significantly more effort, both from a council and a regional sports trust perspective, because it needed an additional contestable process to be run. And option 3 was very similar in terms of process, but was solely into the 4 local or sub-regional regional sports trusts, with no investment being held at the regional level to deliver regional work programs. So my recommendation was option 1 for the reasons I've just outlined, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So just to reiterate, the option 1 was given to us last Wednesday. The reason I mentioned option 4 when I started that was that my option 4 was going to be that 512 go to the RSTs directly, 40,000 stays with Active to at least do regional outcomes. So that's where we are settled now. But there's no option 4. It's modified to say that 512 will go to the RSTs directly, 40,000 will stay with Active to achieve regional outcomes. Not all of them as outlined in the paper, but that is a discussion that we'll have. So that's just to be clear. Councillor Newman.
I have a number of questions about the report and then about the way forward. At paragraph 24, it talks about the staff summary of the reporting, including the memo that was presented to the workshop in October 2020, compliance with good and quality reporting. That is not what the North Harbour review report says. The review report says something very, very different. It notes at para 25, Active in the group recently submitted an interim report. Why wasn't that interim report attached to this particular document?
Kia ora, and through the chair. So 2 points that you raised there. Can I deal with the second one first, if that's okay? So the interim report was provided to this committee through the workshop that we held on the, I think it was the 30th of June. So that has been made available for this committee to be able to review the outcomes and reporting by Active and the Regional Sports Trust Group. It was done through that workshop. In regard to the point made in regard to the
North Harbour Sport Council review of the sports sector. So they made some comments around the specificity of the, I guess, the KPIs within the agreement, and that's something that, as I mentioned earlier, was common across all three options in terms of improving the level of specificity that we held within those KPIs to make sure that we were holding our partners accountable for the investment held. So that will be something consistent across all three options as proposed, but we did take that as a point and incorporate that into the recommendations for you today.
Is there anything commercially sensitive in the interim report that was tabled at a workshop but not attached to a public agenda that justifies that information being publicly withheld?
Through the chair, no, I don't think there was anything particularly commercially sensitive within that document. No.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll follow on, carry on with my questions. I do reserve my right to speak, but I do think that if a matter is referred to in a report at a workshop, it should be made publicly available via a public, a public item. Sorry, an item and an open agenda at a meeting. With respect to the year ahead, does the year ahead, are you envisaging that Active will renegotiate a relationship agreement with Counties Manukau Sport, which is the Regional Sports Trust in South Auckland, not CLM?
Kia ora, through the chair. So I have been in touch with the Chief Executive of Active and am informed that she has been in touch with the Chief Executive of Counties Manukau Sport and is booked to meet with him on Friday this week, is my understanding. So, yeah, it's certainly my understanding that they are very open to exploring what the relationship with Counties Manukau Sport looks like. In terms of the role that Counties Manukau Sport play in South Auckland, it's potentially a little bit different to the role that say CLM Community Sport play in the community, which is around the sort of sector development capability, working with the I guess the organisations that deliver, the regional sports organisations, for example. It's not to say that the work that Counties Manukau Sport do in terms of programming isn't highly valuable. It's probably just a little bit of a different relationship. So my expectation is that there is the opportunity for a really strong relationship there, but in a different context to the relationship that Active has with CLM Community Sport.
So just a final question, Chair. Sorry, CLM is a facilities management company, a private facilities management company, not a regional sports trust. Under that different arrangement, does the funding go to a regional sports trust or a facilities management company?
Kia ora, through the chair. So the funds go to CLM Community Sport, which was an entity essentially established. It's owned by CLM, which, as you say, is a facilities management company and has contracts with council to run some of our pools and leisure centres on our behalf. So they developed a new entity essentially to be able to deliver the same function as a regional sports trust does. Its ownership model and how it delivers that is. Its model of establishment is slightly different to what a traditional regional sports trust is, but in terms of function and performance, it still aligns with what the rest of the network does, not just in Auckland, but nationally as well.
Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Mulholland for question.
I've got a few questions. The first one, given that we're putting something together here in terms of options that directly affects the regional sports trust, were they given the workshop material or sent this material with maybe any background so that they understand in writing what's involved?
Dave, sorry Wayne, I'll answer that because I spoke to the CEOs directly, and that is they knew the information in the report. They, as you heard from Dave last Wednesday, supported option 3, where there was no money going through. That 40,000, the whole 4, the CEOs have said, yes, we will support that. We agree with the 40. So they were made aware of the information in this report.
Okay, my question was not, and this was a question I directed to the officers, not to yourself, Mr. Chair, but whether the officers provided any of the regional sports trusts with this information. You know, have they been sent the agenda item, for example, or anything preliminary to it? I'm just asking the officers, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, and through you, Mr. Chairman. So I spoke to all the chief executives prior to the workshop that we held on the 30th of June, so they were aware of the paper coming up. No, I have not sent them a copy of the report. However, it is a public agenda, and so they do have access to it should they so choose.
Okay. The other question I've got, and I'm just looking at option 2 here, which is on page 285. And for example, in option 2, it says, you know, invest 552 directly to the Regional Sports Trust. I understand that. Having said that, it says this option only delivers local outcomes. Now, I've just got a question. Is there any reason why the Regional Sports Trust cannot be delivering regional outcomes? For example, the diamond sports are totally within North Harbour. They are more than capable of dealing with that issue regionally because it's domiciled in their area. And is it not possible for the Regional Sports Trust to collaborate?
Kia ora, and through the chair. I think you're referring to some of the items listed within the attachment A that lists some of the regional work programs that would be included with regional investment. So you're right, diamond sport does have a significant footprint within the North Harbour area, but there's also diamond sports that are played in other parts of Auckland as well. So what we were trying to achieve with a regional approach to this investment is in this case around code planning, some thinking that reaches across the entirety of Auckland and doesn't just imagine what could be achieved within, say, the North Harbour area, but could be achieved in the various communities around Auckland. And in some cases, that might be identifying where there's gaps in provision in other parts of Auckland that need to be prioritised for diamond sport development. So hence the idea of lifting it up across the entire region and having a look at what the facility development needs are, what the view is of the diamond sport codes as to how they move forward in terms of the facility development pathway, what their advocacy to council might be around provision there. So I think if we did that solely on a basis of, say, the North Harbour area, which does have a very strong diamond sport code footprint, it may lose some of the opportunities that the regional investment provides.
Could the RSTs do something collaboratively?
Kia ora, and through the chair, I'm sure they could do something collaboratively there. I guess the intent with Active was an organisation that reached across the entire region and was able to do some of that work on a regional basis rather than requiring 4 times the resource, having different regional sports trusts coming together. They will still reach out and engage with the various partners and parties through that process, but the intent was a single organisation to be able to look across the region, just like we have at a council level as well. Kia ora.
The other question I've got is just around Counties Manukau sport. They're effectively ruled out through this motion. Is it not possible to have some contestability around the allocation of money so that there's still a way open for Counties Manukau sport to participate?
Kia ora, through the chair. So this investment forms part of a bigger suite of investment into the sport and recreation sector. We've talked about another couple of ways in previous papers today. The intent of this particular piece of the investment puzzle is around the work that is seen as the role of the modern regional sports trust, which is around those sort of elements that we've talked about around the supporting of the sports sector, the codes, the building capability, providing advice, the support for the development of the regional facilities plans, like we've just mentioned before.
Counties Manukau Sport provides a different service to their communities, primarily around lots of really good programming that they deliver. That forms part of other ways that we invest into the sports sector. So it doesn't preclude Counties Manukau Sport receiving investment from Auckland Council. Indeed, they receive investment from local boards in a number of cases. However, that they aren't the natural fit for this piece of the investment puzzle.
Okay.
One other question, Mr. Chair, and
Last
it's just
one,
around,
Councillor.
it's the last one, and the officers may not be able to answer it. It may be directed to yourself. And that goes to the 552,000. Is it not possible to apply that 552,000 to the RSTs and have the RSTs retain money that might be required for regional sports programs or regional work programs if they can't deliver it?
Short answer, no. And actually that is one of the questions I asked the RSTs and also the CEO of Active. She's obviously willing to work with the RSTs to achieve regional outcomes. That's why B is in there in regards to which regional outcomes she will talk to the RSTs. And so in regards to that, no, RSTs have said to me that for them, they will be working in their own area, not across, so it's still up to Active, and that's what they're going to end up doing. And that's directly from the CEOs of their RSTs. Councillor Mulholland, I don't think there's any other further questions. I'm just having one more scan and then I'm going to go to comments.
Thanks, Chair. No further questions. So does that mean I can wrap up my question with a comment? Because it would be great if I can do it because it's going straight to comments after.
So then, yep, so what if you do the questions and then we'll ask our staff to sit back.
I'll wrap it up into a question. Right, so I'd like to acknowledge, firstly, Chair, thanks. Really, really appreciate the work actually that you've done on this with regards to what you've shared with us in terms of the communications, because we were furnished with all of the information at the workshop and, you know, there were different options. So I just want to acknowledge that you've shared with us what you've done. So thanks very much for that korero that you've had with those organisations. I think that comes down to what we all deem to be relationship building. And that brings me to, obviously, your comment with regards to the CEO of Active in terms of that role. That brings me into the question around the role, the year's review, and to the staff and Dave, it's always been a privilege to work with you at the board. I have absolute faith in what you are doing. I may not always agree with every single thing like all of us, but you've always been a champion at information sharing. So I want to thank you for that, and I have faith that you will, that you listen and will get the right outcomes. But I just wonder about that year's review. What sort of, you know, I know there's normally a robust process, but it sounds to me, and that's just given first term, that, you know, all of these issues that need to be solved, the challenges that needs to be fixed, the changes that we're making to make it much better, who will be responsible for those reviews? How will they manage those reviews? Because as soon as it's cut down to just 1 year, does it mean there's going to be more frequent reviews? Have I missed that in the report? The response to that, was it in the report?
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. Through the Chair, so the intent for the 1 year period was to provide time for, I guess, some healing, if you like, within the sports sector. There has been some fractured relationships, if I'm honest, and I think a year's period does allow some of that time for I guess the organisations to come together in a positive way and to be able to move forward together. I would have liked to have been able to offer a 3-year option here. There wasn't, I guess, an option that I felt that was pragmatic to do that at this stage, given what the review told us, given the feedback that I had from the workshops that I've had with this committee. So hence offering only those 1 year options within the report. The intent will be for us to monitor, and that will be my responsibility to monitor, I guess, how things are progressing, to be able to bring updates back to this committee, and ultimately to be able to provide advice early in the year of FY23 about the recommended course of action, which I would like to be multi-year investment back into the sector again, because I do believe it's really important that we can provide as much surety for organisations about the ongoing support that they're likely to receive from council as possible, because that allows them to be able to work with staff, to plan their programming, to know what they're doing more than a few months in advance. So that's the ultimate vision that I have, that I'll be coming back to you with recommendations around multi-year investment, but that'll be after I continue to monitor how the sector is evolving and developing over the next 12 months.
Just supplementary, Chair, just on that. So, Dave, can I ask, is there any opportunity you'll be also able to give, say, a memorandum just to see how things are progressing? Obviously, it's going to take a bit of time, but, you know, will it be able to be in some form like that just to see where we're going? Because you don't want to have individual meetings with 21 people.
Kira, certainly I can provide ongoing updates to the wider committee through memorandums through the year.
Can I just make one comment to that too, Councillor Mulholland, is that it was originally 6 months, but I suggested that it not be 6 months, because I think we still need to have a look around how they're getting on mending some of the relationships. So I was just talking to the director here, and we also had a conversation after the workshop, is that, look, let's look at 3 months or and it's not a comprehensive report, it's just to see how things are going, hence the memo. I totally agree with that.
Thanks, I agree with that too, because as someone who's been divorced, I know good and well that sometimes relationships take a long time to get back on track.
So look, just to you both, thank you. And so I'm just going to open up for comments, and Councillor Mulholland will be the first, and then Councillor Newman. And then I will close the debate as the mover. So Councillor Walker will be after you, Councillor Newman. So Councillor Mulholland.
Just really wanted to share my thanks. I did want to also acknowledge that Gina did write me an email. I am not comfortable. As I made it very clear in the workshop, I don't want individual relationships. That's not my job. That is your job as a chair. So I am going to be responding to Gina, and I appreciate that she did obviously hear it from someone, certainly not from me, but it's not about me having that relationship with her, it's through you and this committee. So I'll be replying saying thanks, but through the committee, just to be transparent that I did receive an email to me. Thanks.
Bye. Councillor Newman.
Chair, to acknowledge you for your Kissinger-like attempt to broker relationships and healing and peace plans and what have you. I think that I would support only going year by year at this stage, and the reason for that is that this has been a pretty toxic space. And I don't think that the matter has been quite resolved yet. I have to say respectfully, I think that the reporting of this has been quite cheery, but I reflect on the North Harbour commissioned report. I think that report was compelling. And my message to Jenna Wooten, and I am meeting her soon, is my expectation, because I have voted against this particular funding round before, the only councillor to do that, if I recall. My expectation is that moving forward in relation to the funding allocation per annum, that the funding allocation to the RSTs will be to Harbour Sport, Sport Auckland, Sport Waitakere, and Counties Manukau Sport, because Counties Manukau Sport is a bespoke regional sports trust. The entity that has emerged in the south is not a regional sports trust. It was the product of a divorce and the need for a new partner to be found at short notice, and it's not optimal. And hopefully, The odd one out here, Chair, is active. If active is to exist, it needs to exist with the ability to have a mature and constructive relationship with regional sports trusts. If it can't have that, it doesn't have a place. So, Chair, thank you for your negotiations, but the time needs to be taken by active re-establishing its relationship with the regional sports trusts and demonstrating its worth in terms of maintaining those relationships. And our officers need to be reporting that candidly, because some of us will be seeking our own advice directly from the RSTs affected. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Newman, and interesting the conversation around CLM, Counties Manukau Sport. It will happen here, but it needs to happen first with Active, and that's exactly what the undertaking I got. So yeah, definitely. Councillor Walker, and then I will close the debate.
I'd just like to support the comments that Councillor Newman made. I agree with all of them. I would hope that as a consequence there is an active, and I don't mean active when I say active, I mean a very assertive situation of engagement with Counties Manukau, so that they can be the entity that we're dealing with. And by all means, if they need to engage with CLM, fine, but that is the right way round. Right now, things are the wrong way round. I would hope also that there is more emphasis around building capacity in the regional sports trusts by Active and devolving more to them if it's possible, because they are the people that are delivering and generating value for money. When it comes to running the programs, making tweaks to the programs that exist on a regional basis, they're the best people to do that because they're on the ground delivering. And they are also the entities that are engaging directly with the multitude of clubs around Auckland. So I see a much stronger role for the regional sports trusts than what has happened recently under Active. And I would make the observation that I don't think there's another location in New Zealand where you've got an entity like Active that is flipping the ticket relative to the regional sports trusts below. And I certainly believe across Auckland that there isn't a one-size-fits-all, and that the regional sports trusts, each in their own areas, delivers programs that are customised for those areas, as much and all as they also meet the needs of the region as a whole. And I'm certainly of a mind, having met some of these regional sports trusts, that they do have the competencies to develop things of a regional nature. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Look, and just to close the debate, Daniel, you and I especially, we a few years ago with Active and having a look at the relationship there. So you've been on this journey as long as I have. So I want to acknowledge you, plus also everybody around this table and online. This particular one, yes, I agree, Councillor Newman, is that with this relationship moving forward, let's see what happens. But I think with the money that we currently give, we're going to deal with that very soon when the recommendation is put. I think the other issue that is key for us is that, and Dave was the one that gave me the details, is how much we actually put in as a council to sport in Tamaki Makaurau. I think through CapEx and OpEx. I think David, I recall, was 3.1 billion or 3.2 billion. I think from CapEx up more, see even more. So I think it was 3.4. So look, we are a big player in this game. So I just want to acknowledge you all, say thank you so much. Thank you to all our staff that is dealing with this relationship. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you so much. And then last item is item 20. I will move that because, well, there's no moving it. We can just see you later, alligator now. Yeah, that's item 20. And this is actually quite good that we finish even before 3:30 with our agenda. So thank you to you all. especially our staff behind me and the staff in front. So thank you so much, everybody. And don't forget, we've got to finish off that banana cake. Oh, there's some, oh my gosh, sorry. Thank you.